Good morning, everyone. Let's stand for a moment of silence and meditation and Pledge of Allegiance. And let's please keep the family of the late Jim Brown, Washington County icon, and his family in your prayers. And now the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call our meeting to order. First item is approval of minutes for March 1st. Any thoughts, comments, motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
First and second, is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. Next, need a motion to go into closed session.
Motion to go in closed session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Into closed session we go.
attending our meeting. Jim Brown, I'm sure most of you knew who Jim Brown was, coach, mentor, family man, just an awesome Washington County resident, citizen, devoted his life to youth, family, God. Just want to give heartfelt prayers to his family. I personally knew Mr. Brown and Coach Brown and really had nothing but tremendous respect for him. Over the years, he's touched tens of thousands of lives through sports, God, and family. Just a tremendous loss for Washington County. So just want to hope everybody sends prayers to Jim's family. Also, this past week, we had started our Project Open Space presentations at Parks and Rec. We had 3 presentations, Washington County Public Schools, Boonesboro, and Smithsburg. And once they're, all the presentations are made, and then the rec board will come up with some, they will finalize everything based on what the allocation could possibly be from the state. And hopefully we'll be able to give every municipality in town something from the POS funding. So that was just this past week. And that concludes my announcements. Thank you.
Commissioner Kiefer?
Just that this is our second week with public participation again. I see several members of the public here, a couple candidates for commissioner. I think Mr. Harvey, Mr. Tana, Mr. Snyder. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Burkett?
Nothing major this morning, just spoke with Mayor Keller this morning, and she's going to be looking for a letter of support for the indoor turf facility that they're trying to get. So hopefully we can get that over to them. That's all.
Thank you. Commissioner Wagner?
Morning. I also have condolences of prayer for the Jim Brown and his family. He was a coach of mine. He was a great guy. Was able to attend the 75th Fairplay Fire Banquet, Fairplay Volunteer Company, and it was a nice banquet and a lot of awards. It went well. Had an ag preservation meeting. It's pleased to say there's about 38,000 acres of preserved land now in Washington County, so that's a good thing also. And I also wanted to get a consensus from the commissioners to send a letter to the city council asking them to reconsider the helicopter at Vietnam Monument. If I can get a consensus.
I'm all right with it.
Yep, perhaps in a joint meeting, a future joint meeting, that can also be something to discuss.
All right. Would someone draft the letter, and then we'll approve it, okay, to do that? Randy, anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
I think Kirk's going to address the letter of support that Mayor Keller, he'll address that here shortly. Yeah, it is kind of heartbreaking, sad, and Jim Brown was an institution, an icon in Washington County, knew him well. Not enough good words to say about the influence he had on everybody. So thoughts and prayers go out to his family for that. I, too, attended the Fairplay Fire Company 75th anniversary. Wasn't quite as large as other years, but it was a nice event so they could recognize their volunteers. On Friday, I believe it was Friday afternoon, I was at the Department of Emergency Services, and we recognized the firefighter recruit class number 2 and the emergency communications specialist class 19 for their graduation. So a special note of thanks for all that they're about to do. That concludes my reports. We'll go to staff. Kirk, or you want somebody from the audience? Who's staff here from the audience? Yeah, I did. Oop. And Leslie too, right? Okay.
I'm Brian Albert, the Assistant Director of the 911 Center.
And Kelly Fisher, the Operations Manager to 911 Center.
We just wanted to brief the commissioners on a pilot program that we're going to implement at the 911 Center. Over the past few years, we've had some problems with recruitment and retention. It's nothing new in the 911 world, but when we started looking at the numbers, we were surprised ourselves. Since 2019, we've lost 31 employees, which was, I would have said maybe 15. Now, some of those people were lost because they'd come on to the position and then they would get into the job and figure, night shift sounds great when you're talking in an interview, but when you start working it every day, it's not as great as you think it is. So, and then the recent academy we had of 9 employees that come on, only one of those employees remain. So we recognize that as a concern. So one thing that we would like to do, we're going to try to go to 24-hour shifts. It's kind of like a fire and EMS schedule. And we think that it would attract and retain people, so we could use it as a retention tool. Payroll, union, and HR have all been briefed on this. We've been working on it for a few months now, Kelly and myself, and trying to come up with any kind of hurdle that we would come to. We have 44 current employees, full-time current employees, and 42 of them have volunteered to do the trial for 90 days to see if it would work. So basically, I just wanted to brief everyone here that we're going to try it. So if you get questions, we're being as transparent as possible. There is one other county in the state that does 24-hour shifts, Queen Anne's. They're very close to the vest with it because they don't have any staffing shortages. And, it's just they don't have any issues. And every other PSAP or 911 center is dealing with staffing shortages throughout the state. So it's something we want to try here in the West, and hopefully, if you have any questions, we'd like to open it up. Kelly, do you have anything you'd like to add? Okay.
Brian and Kelly, I spent a couple hours back in the fall with the midnight shift, listening into calls, and certainly it's tough to make a call. It's tough to receive that call and be level-headed and do what you need to do. But this was talked about by some of the employees I spoke to, and they were all very favorable with it. And if that helps an employee in that position stay long-term, not only are they a better employee after many years, but it helps us out with experienced employees sticking around. So.
Right.
Any other questions, comments, Commissioners?
I was just going to say, we met and talked about this. We've talked about this. I think and to do a 90-day trial will be good for all of us. And at that point, they'll be analyzing it all the way through, and at the end, and then we'll come back and have further discussion with the commissioners and let you know how that goes. But I asked the same questions. Actually, Brian already answered them about, who have you talked to? I've talked to everybody. Almost all the employees are willing to try this. I think it's a good thing to try, and we'll see how it goes. And we'll report back to you.
Pretty much everybody's in favor of it in the dispatchers, so, I'm good with it.
Yeah, and the 2 that aren't participating, they'll stay on their same rotation that they're currently on, 12-hour rotation, 12-hour shifts. That will not change during this time period. So
I don't know who come up with the idea, but I'm sure Kelly had a big part of.
she gets all the credit.
Yeah, but great. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hearing no more comments, thank you. I believe next listed for staff, we have Leslie Hart. And Susan, please introduce yourselves as well.
Good morning, Leslie Hart
Good morning.
and Susan Grimes, Washington County
Thanks,
Department of Business Development. Hi, buddy. How are you? I am tickled to death to be here this morning to share with you our most recent agricultural magazine. It was featured, it's a feature that came out with the Hagerstown magazine. It actually hit the stands last Tuesday, and I wanted to make sure that you all had a copy of it. This magazine has been in the works for over 6 months. A lot of work goes into a magazine such as this and to produce it. This will reach over 12,000 local and regional residents in our community, and that's Frederick, Washington County, and the Panhandle of West Virginia. And there are also 65 locations where they can obtain and purchase this magazine, in addition, if you have a subscription, to getting it in your home. So I have to thank Susan Grimes and Carmen Harbaugh for all their hard work into this publication. Couldn't have done it without you, and we love it, we're excited, and the comments from the community have been nothing but positive. So I wanted to share it with you this morning.
Questions, comments? If not, thank you very much.
You're welcome very much.
Returning to staff comments, Mr. Downey?
Leslie, I love the size of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a nice sized magazine.
Oh, and
Mr.
that's
Downey, would you brief us on what you have, that letter as well?
Sure. Commissioners, we've received a request from the C&O Canal National Historic Park for a letter of support. They have submitted a grant application for a discretionary grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation for a project called Paw Bins Trail Improvements. If received, the grant will address critical rehabilitation and create additional trail connections within the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal National Historic Park.
It's in conjunction with the repair of Paw Paw Tunnel,
That's correct.
correct? Even though it's in our neighboring county, it does affect us with tourism and economic development, and that was the reason for the request.
Are you looking for a motion?
Yeah, motion for the
Or
letter.
consensus to send it.
Consensus.
I'll make a motion to support a letter.
Yeah, is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then, as was mentioned this morning, we did just receive a request from the mayor of the city of Hagerstown asking the county commissioners to support their request for state funding for the proposed Hagerstown Fieldhouse, the public-private partnership between the city of Hagerstown and Eastern Sports Management. This is a request that the county support the state's contribution of money towards the project.
They're not requesting any funds from us for this project.
They are not at this time.
Kirk, one of the suggestions was, that you haven't really read it thoroughly yet, or have you read it all the way? Is there any?
It just came in. I think my understanding
I'm
is
in
that
support of it.
the commissioners are happy to support the funding request from the state, but the county's not obligating itself at this point in time to put any funds towards the project.
Everybody okay with that? Do you want a motion or just a consensus, even if we did a?
I thought there was a motion.
There was the motion on the last letter. This is the other one.
I'll motion to approve a letter in that vein.
Okay. Is there a
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kirk, what else do you have?
That's it this morning.
Next we'll go to County Administrator. I forgot your name.
That's all right. Thank you, President Klein and Commissioners. I only have one matter, and it's actually a letter of support as well. The Commissioners received a request from the town of Boonesboro. They're seeking bond funds from the state of Maryland for two different projects. One is for a dewatering press and storage facility at the town's wastewater treatment plant, so they can dewater liquid sludge and store on site for later land application. So they've submitted a request to the state of Maryland for bond funds for that. I've asked the Commissioners for a letter of support. And they also have submitted a request for bond funds for improvement to the intersection at Chase 6 Boulevard and Campus Drive near the Boonesboro School Complex. According to the town, they've been speaking with State Highway, Washington County Public Schools, and the developer about putting a lighted intersection there. So they're seeking bond funds from the state of Maryland. So the town of Boonesboro requests a letter of support for each one of those projects.
Commissioners, okay, is there a motion to support those letters?
Yeah, I motion to support
Or a
letters.
second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Anything else?
Okay, that
Conclude staff comments. Next, we'll move forward to citizens' comments. Anybody here for citizen participation? Please come forward. Couldn't quite see you there. That's Neil back there. Mr. Becker, please state your name, address for the record.
Good morning, President Klein, Commissioners and staff. Neil Becker, 18047 Oak Ridge Drive, Hagerstown, 21740. I am a teacher and a parent and currently serving as the Washington County Teachers Association President. I've shared a variety of emails with you over the years and recently regarding the budget. Thank you for the opportunity to meet in public and to come out and share a few thoughts, and to have your meetings open is awesome. Just in short, I'll be here this afternoon as well when the Board of Education members join you for the joint meeting. I've told the board members and the staff at Washington County Public Schools multiple occasions, I think their budget is too lean. They've not asked for enough. I think their concern is the more they ask for, the more they're not going to get. The Washington County Public Schools budget is too lean. We need more staff, we need more funding for the school system. Over the years, you've heard me share thoughts about the cuts that have happened, not necessarily under your tenure as commissioners, but when the health department nurses were pulled from the staff, when school buses were pulled, from the general fund, when school buses were pulled from the general fund, and the SROs being funded, that's roughly $5 million that's out of the general fund that is not used to actually educate students, to staff schools, to improve technology, to have the programming needed for our students. So I ask the commissioners, as you look at your budget that your staff is preparing, I know it's tedious work. I know your goal is to keep our taxpayers, the citizens of Washington County, in the best possible financial situation. But investment in education is necessary to truly develop the economy we need, the workforce we need in Washington County. So I ask that you do all you can. Right now, we're at roughly a 3.05%, I think is what the draft said, increase, which is less than half the inflationary rate. I commend the commissioners for the increases that you provided to Sheriff Mullendore and his departments, in the Sheriff's Department and all his employees. Roughly, there's a 15 or 14.98% increase for the Sheriff's Department for this year. That's a whole lot more than what you're funding for education. I commend you for funding and improving their salaries and the packages presented earlier this year that were retroactive. If you can do anything possible to improve the allotted money for Washington County Public Schools, I encourage you to do so, because you will not be disappointed in the work that the school system employees are doing for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Before we go any further, Mr. Garcia, we normally have you set up over here at a table, so if there's any convenience, I want to apologize in advance, because are you okay there, or? Yeah, we have the school board.
It's right there. It just hasn't been used, so we can move that out if
If
you
you
want.
want that, we can get that arranged so you have a better accommodations.
It's all right. We can just turn it around. There's a chair. Is the chair still there? You took the chair.
Okay, yeah, we have some staffs coming.
Yeah, the table never left, but nobody's been sitting in that chair for a couple years now, so we're trying to get back to normal.
Yeah, we have a chair coming for you, but I've tried to type sitting in a chair on a laptop, and it's not convenient.
I've been in more uncomfortable situations.
That's okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Danielle. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. Continuing with citizens' participation. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we move on to our first agenda item, and I believe it's Mr. Johnson. Would you want to come forward and introduce yourself, and then I think we have a commissioner presentation for you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Kaleem Johnson, and my address is 18109 Garnett Avenue. That's Hagerstown, Maryland 21740.
Okay, would you want to tell us about the project and the reason why you're here?
Yeah, the project is the Black Economic Empowerment Summit, which is happening this Saturday. It's a sold-out event at the Maryland Theater at this point. The event is focused on the future of the Black economy. By 2053, it is expected that we may be at zero net wealth. And I work in the staffing industry, and I go to these manufacturing plants, and I can tell you that you're seeing robots or non-speaking English workers. And that has a tremendous effect on our community overall. And so we want to look at ways we can address that and make sure that we have a sustainable economy in the future. I also did the Freedom Fest last year. We'll be doing that again this year. The Freedom Fest is a multicultural event where we had country, rock, hip hop, jazz. We had everything out there, all types of different food. and that was successful as well. Went off without a hitch, had about 500 people out at the plaza. And so my goal in the community is to continue to make sure that we are having diverse events, inclusive events, but also meaningful events. And I'm appreciative of you guys providing funding for the scholarship that we provide through my organization, which is a nonprofit called EARN. And it started with a message to Mr. Burkett, who followed through and reaching out to you guys. And I want to say that we're able to get these things done because we remove our cost. It comes down to that. If I charged what I needed to charge to get these things done, a lot of these events wouldn't happen. I have several volunteers from the community. I'm not from here. I'm from Philadelphia, PA. I've been here since 2019, but I have about 11 people from the community who work with me volunteering. And if any of them charged anything, none of this stuff would get done. And so I want to thank them as well for volunteering and being supportive. And I just want to thank you guys for stepping up to the plate, as well as the city. They've also contributed to it as well. I want to thank everyone for being supportive of the event, and I'm looking forward to having it.
Well, thank you. This was brought to our attention by Commissioner Burkett, and all commissioners were eager to help respond. So, commissioners, if you could join us up here, we'll do the official check presentation to you. For your scholarship program. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We'll get the official picture. Thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you.
luck to you.
Good luck.
Continuing with our agenda, we now will ahead of schedule, but we will go ahead with Go for Bold £1 Million Challenge. I see some familiar faces in the audience. Where's Dr. Katari? Is he in there? Well, good morning, everyone. Please introduce yourselves in the matter.
Good morning. My name is Maria Rubling. You may know me from the YMCA, but today my hat is I'm one of the co-chairs of the Go for Bold, so just know me another way today.
Good morning, Malik Joshi, President and CEO of Meritus Health. Thank you for your time this morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm Alan Twigg. I'm the Executive Director of Behavioral and Community Health for Meritus Health.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Doug Spots, Chief Health Officer of Meritus Health.
Please begin. Welcome.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Commissioners. And first of all, thank you for all that you've been doing for our community, especially over these last challenging times. So we appreciate your leadership. We're really excited to talk about our Lose 1 Million Pounds Challenge. So as you can see, joined by Maria, Alan, Doug, and Dr. Katari, unfortunately not able to join us. But we have a great partnership, and we really want to make an impact, continuing to make an impact in the health of this community. And just before the pandemic started, we set a goal of lose 1 million pounds. We had a little disruption, obviously, for the last couple of years, but the team keeps going. And so we want to share with you why this is so important to us as a community. And then we have an ask at the end to see how we can continue to do this, as we've made great progress during this time, but we have more to go. So,
If we have the slides, we could advance. So, okay, maybe I can do it. We conduct an assessment of the community health needs every 3 years, and consistently over the past 12 years, obesity and overweight have been a top priority for Washington County. It's at the top of the list again this year. Not that there aren't other challenges, mental health, substance abuse, but the reason why obesity and overweight is so important, a majority of adults in Washington County fall into one of these two categories. Nearly 70% of us are affected by being overweight or obese. And obesity puts us at higher risk for other health disorders like diabetes, heart disease, hypertension, joint disorders. So the good news is we can all do something about our weight status, and we can make modifications that actually help to lower that risk.
So, like I said earlier, I'm the coach, one of the co-chairs with Dr. Katari of the campaign, and it is a 10-year campaign. So I saw a lot of eyes go wide when we said 1 million pounds. That's 10-year campaign. So broken down, it would be 100,000 pounds a year. But we had a slow start, and things usually catch momentum when people get excited about being part of it. We're currently shy of 30,000 pounds at 28,000. We may be plus or minus, probably plus some there from where we were. We have 2,700 registered users, but we need more. In order to be able to get to the goal, the idea is to get as many users as possible. Now, if you broke it down for all the adults in Washington County, it would be shy of 10 pounds per person over a 10-year time period. So if you think about it that way, it's just a pound a year. It's really not that much, but it is a lot. I know we go in fits and starts a lot of times, and I know we're just right now coming out of the pandemic, and I'm noticing a lot more faces, and it's almost like your January resolution is just starting right now. So it's a perfect time. We're asking, would like to have support and also to spread the word, because this has to be a community-wide initiative. It can't just be Meredith. It can't just be, like I said, I'm not representing the Y in this arena. I'm representing the entire community. We work in a lot of other areas besides just over at the YMCA with schools and other opportunities, but we have a lot of community partners. I'm familiar with them. We could always use more, but we're certainly looking to get more people on as registered users. It's easy, it's fun, and in any way we can help to maybe jumpstart, we're happy to do that.
So speaking of partners, thank you, commissioners, for being a partner, and all of the county employees. And so our ask is this: commit to having 1,000 Washington County employees and their families, family members, go to healthywashingtoncounty.com and register by 6/30/2022, by this June. Commit to having 1,000 users record their weight at least twice by 6/30/22, and at least another 2 times by 6/30/2023. Sign up and choose Washington County in the drop-down menu, so you get credit for that, and sort of create some excitement around that. Log your weight frequently. So most people that are doing it are actually choosing it weekly to monthly. Again, the ask is 2 times by 6/30/2022, 2 times by 6/30/2023. Most of all, your leadership, thank you for that, and communicate and encourage healthy eating, exercise for all of the employees, your own lives, and we thank you.
And commissioners, we're not asking for money. So we're looking for really support as we have a great partnership. There's tremendous work happening all throughout the community in this area. Maria's got amazing programs, the Y. So whatever we can do to encourage that, the act of registering and recording your weight helps push us along.
County Administrator, is this something we can do internally to remind people to go on that link to file, and also on social media? Is that something we should?
We could. Obviously, it would be optional. It'd be optional to all of our employees, but we could provide all the information that we could get from you. We could work with our PR department and with our HR department as to provide all that information to our employees. Again, it will be optional for them, and we could encourage them and provide them all the information.
And if you need any incentives for your employees, you want to create some contests, or they say, we do better if there's a little carrot dangling. We have a lot of carrots to dangle to help you and get your employees incentivized and excited about being part of it. And we know that's part of it. Prizes, people love prizes, whatever it is. They come up and ask, what's in it for me? So I get that.
Hey, Doug, you ain't need 999 because I'm on the board with you, and I haven't signed up yet. So I'm going to sign up. So now you need 999.
Thanks, Randy.
John, might we have an opportunity to tie this into our employee health insurance? Could this be not health insurance, but could this be a monetary benefit to our employees? We've sometimes talked about that over time of giving employees certain benefits to live a healthy lifestyle, because long-term, that helps the pressures on our health insurance costs.
Right, and we've talked about it through the years, and our HR department has done some of that with our wellness program. We're actually going through our health insurance bids right now, and part of some of those things that those companies have provided is some wellness dollars and some different programs that we would try to work through. So we could sort of weave those two together and try to do something. But obviously somebody might want to talk to you about whatever those incentives are.
And you hit the nail on the head. It's about in 10 years from now, what's our community going to look like if we don't do something starting now? We don't want to be sitting here in 10 years and say, well, now 90% of the people in our community are obese and overweight. And remember when they came and talked about it 10 years ago and we didn't do anything about it? I mean, it's so important. It's for the overall healthier businesses. Your employees are much more healthier and happy, and they're more productive, and our community as a whole is more productive. And I think that's really overall the goal. So you hit it right there. That's what we're all about.
So who would we reach out to? Who would take the lead on?
You can reach out to me, and Wayne has all my information, but I can reach out to you. Are you on that? I can get your email through the website, I'm sure. Yes. I'll let you know how things are and what we can help you with to get started. And we've also just developed a wellness program, a point system program that we're happy to share with you guys for your employees, where they can keep track of points and things like that for things that they do every day. Okay? Happy to.
All right, great. Thank you.
All right, my pleasure.
Very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
to
you.
see everyone.
Have a great day.
Thank you. We're still a little ahead of schedule. Is someone here from Oktoberfest? You see that?
See, they're not here yet. I guess when they get here, 10 minutes early.
Okay, if not, we can skip that and wait till that person arrives and go ahead with Faces of Farming. Is that do that? I don't see the Jill Colbert.
No, I don't see her here, so.
Okay, would you go ahead and begin and we'll
Is there
and finish?
Please, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a little added surprise for you all this morning as well. Good morning, Leslie Hart, Washington County Department of Business Development. I'm tickled to show you again our monthly feature of Faces of Farming. The feature this particular month is beef. So it's an advertising campaign that ties our community to our farmers. Just want to remind you that Washington County's single largest economic driver is agriculture, with $153 million in market value of products sold. And the Faces of Farming campaign just continues that tradition and connects our local residents to our local farmers. So today, we have two farms featured, a Stonewall Angus of Fairplay and Thomas and Son of PR. And I'm going to just talk for another minute because there's something special coming for each of you while you enjoy the footage. Just want to remind you that if in your travels anyone expresses interest in Faces of Farming, please hook them right up with me. We hope to continue this campaign indefinitely. We are 3 to 4 generations removed from farming, and it's important that people understand where their food comes from and where their roots are, and we are certainly an agricultural community. So I'm going to go ahead and ask PR to roll that beautiful beef footage.
You had to.
Been here since 1989. We've got about 120 acres under operation.
Oh, yeah, that's a good follow-up.
Farm in a few places that we lease some ground. We have
I'm glad Dr. Joshi
left. Farm. All the cattle are raised here at the home farm. Well, we try to give people a quality product here. We have a strictly Angus, registered Angus herd. We process our meat at USDA processing facilities here locally. Our product is processed. It's hung for 3 to 4 weeks, which gives you an aged flavor. It also allows the muscles to relax and gives you your maximum tenderness and juiciness. We use no antibiotics, no growth hormones. I grew up here in Washington County. It's just family, friends. I enjoy the area, I enjoy the climate. Just Western Maryland's just a great place to be. I think the future here is still very good, very bright. It's a challenge starting from nothing and starting and coming up, and make a living at it full time. Require a lot of dedication, a lot of work, hard work, but definitely can be done, and we're proof of that here.
We do excavating, construction, fence building. We raise fat cattle and purebred beef cattle as well. It's a little different than most of the beef cattle operations in this area. We do a lot of purebred show stock, breeding stock, and whatever doesn't make the cut there goes for fat cattle, which also right here we fat now as well. We do a lot of embryo transfer work, a lot of artificial insemination, and a lot of our distribution for our calves is across the country, not so much mid-Atlantic region based like most of them. So, Colorado, just outside of Denver, South Dakota. This farm has been in purebred beef cattle stock for 20-some years. We've been in commercial beef cattle since 1989, though, and we were dairy farmers before that until 1988. It's my home. Pretty much I grew up here. The handiness of resources probably for a farmer, have access to products that you want to sell or need to buy to make the operation work.
Stonewall Angus in Fairplay, Jim Matheny, and he's also a veteran. And then the second farm is Thomas & Son. The burger that you have today is from Stonewall Angus. It's very lightly seasoned with garlic, salt, and pepper. I hope you enjoy it. And for those that were concerned about their weight, they are mini sliders, so you cut the calories in half.
Don't eat the bread.
Oh, you need to eat the bread.
One point.
Thank you very much for your time. Enjoy your burger.
Thank you.
Thanks, Liz.
Well, I think we had some people arrive for our August-Toberfest. If you want to come forward and introduce yourself and the subject matter. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jill Colbert. I'm the chairperson for August-Toberfest, and this is Cody Hill. He's our marketing chairperson. We just wanted to come today just to talk and introduce ourselves, just to let you know, as you know, this is our 25th anniversary. We have been, for the last 24 years, in the city of Hagerstown, and we've worked with the city of Hagerstown for those 24 years. In the last 11 years, I've been the chairperson, and we've worked with 4 people, basically, with the turnover, with the community affairs directors. After COVID had hit and sponsorships were down and costs were high, the board made a decision that based upon space and cost, we were moving out of the city and into the county. So this year for our 25th anniversary, we're going to be hosting it in the Washington County Ag Center. We've not really worked with the county commissioners because it's always been based in the city. So we're not really familiar with everyone. We wanted to come introduce ourselves, talk a little bit about what we're looking to do, and talk about how we can become partners with the county. There are, areas that we didn't deal with. That was really, Karen Giffen and the Kitty Clarks of the area for August-Toberfest. So now it is on the board of dealing with how do we get invitations out to the delegates so that when we do our kickoff, we have the proper invites out there, the proper representation for the county. And if there are any protocols that we need to follow from a county perspective as, things change between city and county. Anything else you want to add?
No, I think that's a good start. Erin at the Ag Center has been wonderful to work with so far, and she's been very helpful. And Leslie actually was a big part of my decision to vote in favor of moving it to the county. She was great in helping us just educate a little bit, and she's actually the one that encouraged us to come speak with you all about it to see if there's any support as well that you may be able to provide towards the festival and the fundraising efforts and our community support that we provide and back to the community from our fundraising efforts. So.
I see our administrator up here taking notes, so you're taking notes on how to answer some of your questions, Jill.
Yeah, I think that we should probably have some discussions at the staff level.
Right.
Because obviously you talked about the Ag Center. I was writing down Public Works and our other departments about who could assist you. We have to identify what those needs are and what you're thinking about doing. So, we could get in touch with you and we'll gather some staff and we'll meet with you and see where that goes. And then if there's specific support needed from this board, we can come back and talk to them about that. But I would suggest we start at the staff level. And, you're already there. I mean, you already talked to 3 or 4 people. But it sounds like there may be some other things that you're looking for that we should take a look at the staff level.
Yeah, in the past, the city had taken care of providing the police that we need to, check everything the morning of the dogs and all. They took care of that, so we would need to pay for that separately, which we can certainly do, but we didn't know if there was any, opportunities with the county sheriffs when we're looking at things like that. And then, waste management, they took care of that. Now we have to take that over. We didn't know if there was anything with, county dump, the landfill, sorry. I know they don't like when you call it dump, the landfill. They could help us with that. So if there are any opportunities that we have that we could use county resources, we're more than willing to pay. We understand it's cost of doing business, but if there was a way we could work together to make that more cost effective.
Do you have a date set for this yet?
Yes, it's the 20th and the 21st of August.
I think being out there, you'll see an increase in attendance.
Yes, we're hoping so. It's given us the opportunity, we try and we pride ourselves on being authentic and making it, when we were downtown with the tent looking like Munich, Germany. So the tent is extremely expensive, and therefore the pavilions provide that cover that we don't need to spend an exorbitant amount of money on that tent. But we want to keep it traditional looking. So we're trying to make it look like a village that's having a festival. So we'll have decorations that way. We're looking at doing different areas. We'll still have a children's area that's going to be very separate. The one pavilion leads a bigger space for us to be able to have more vendors. The parking lot was really, we only were able to have maybe 10, 11 vendors down here. We're opening it up to just a couple of food trucks, just 3, because we still, we know people want to come for the authentic German food. So the Schmuckelstube will still be doing the food. But the layout is going to be much better. We also partnered with a veterans organization that will be helping us do like parking and parameter walks. They partnered with us this summer. They actually reached out to me, and it's a group of guys and girls that have been veterans, and then they do this as a volunteer basis. They do a lot of different things, trainings. They do first aid. They're certified. So when we had the downtown event this past August, they helped do like parameter. They did walked around, just making sure things were okay. They could do the bag check. They had a little first aid station, and they are really excited at helping us as well with knowing that it's going to be much larger, and they know like what the area looks like. So we'll be able to have that. We're also trying to work with the CVB and some of the hotels, and we're looking at trying to offer shuttle services. We've always prided ourselves in the whole time. We know that there's alcohol there, but we really do maintain like levels of, if we see anybody, we don't have a problem cutting them off. And we know that a lot of people they go out there to a lot of the other events, but we still want to be able to say that we're really responsible, and we're trying to see if we can get some shuttle services, purchase some Uber tickets, and then, raffle them off to folks so that we can still maintain, we're really conscious about. We know that there's drinking involved, but we want to make sure that we've got efforts in place, so people
Well,
are
it sounds like a
responsible.
really neat idea, and so hopefully we can do something.
Jill, didn't you tell me it was $30,000 for a tent?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I never dreamed they cost that much.
Yeah, the whole price, even with the chairs, was like $40,000. So, I mean, we still have a lot, we still have about $12,000 that we'll have to output,
Right.
but that's still so much of a difference.
Right.
And, you know, the other thing too is the children's group, like, we really try to keep it separated, even, you know, just to make sure. So from a noise perspective, the way we're looking at laying it out, we know that we'll be able to have separate areas so that there's an actual location that in one of the pavilions we'll have tables set up. So if people don't want to listen to the band while they're eating, they can go sit in a couple different other areas as well. The other thing that we have that we were approached is, I don't know if you guys have attended the downtown event a couple years ago where we had the Porsche Club, where we had the car show. There was probably 20 or 30 cars there on a Sunday that people came into, but they reached out again and they're looking to get 100 cars to come out and be displayed for that Sunday as well. So we're excited.
It sounds like you guys got it going on already.
Trying.
So, you know, we can get with you and we can identify some things that you may need. And there may be some funding opportunities and different things that we have. And if we can come back and discuss with the commissioners if we need commissioners' support on any of those.
Okay.
But there may be some that will do that. So
That would be great.
I guess we can reach out to either one of you.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
John, it sounds like this particular event may qualify for some hotel rental tax, HRT.
That's what I was thinking, relating to, yes, that's exactly what I was
To
thinking.
cover costs for if you need additional police security. We could have traditionally for events paid for overtime related to that.
Well, yeah, and we pay for some of those at a hotel rental. You know, there'll be a request, and I can hook you up with our grant management department to talk about that.
Okay.
Sitting
That'd be
right back
great.
there.
That'd be great.
We certainly
Oh, there she is, right there. I didn't see you come in.
Okay, cool.
So
Well, we welcome
that's
you.
Susan Buchanan, so she can.
We welcome you to our Ag Center and having your event down there.
Thank
So we'll be in touch with,
Definitely,
Be
yes.
organized then.
Especially with the kickoff, because we do, you know, as we traditionally did downtown, we want to make sure that we do the exact same thing. We're trying to get a couple of additional delegates there as well. So we're really excited. So thank you.
thank you very much.
All right.
Look
Thank you
forward
very
to it.
Thank you.
Still a little ahead of schedule. Have Sole Source Award is Rick Curry. Rick? Yeah, there you are. Rick, please come forward, introduce the matter.
Morning, Rick Curry, Director of Purchasing. Subject before you is a sole source award, PUR 1538, self-contained breathing apparatus. Motion to authorize a sole source procurement for firefighter SCBA from Municipal Energy Services Incorporated of Charlotte, North Carolina, for a total sum and amount of $1,506,965.53, based on a proposal that was submitted by MES dated November 3rd, 2021. DS wishes to apply sections 1-106.2A2 of the Code of Public Laws, where it states that 4 of the 5 commissioners have to approve the sole source, and if that is approved, within 10 days, there will be an ad published in the newspaper after the purchase order has been issued, and an appropriate record will be kept in the purchasing department. Funding for this project is for the ARPA. Funds were set aside for the replacement. You see the concurrence, and also you see the quote that MES submitted.
Commissioners, thoughts, comments? A motion?
Just a question that I have, and I support this. You'll certainly have my vote. And this is a $1.5 million purchase, but I see we're spending $23,500 just for logos. I just wonder how important, necessary, maybe they're needed to identify.
I would assume it's for identification.
But, okay.
I would assume that, but Mr. Hayes is not here. I don't really want to speak for him, but I know that in the past, when they had the jackets and the whatnot, they had to have the person's name so they could identify who was in the field. So I would assume this would be the same situation.
Okay. I'll motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
There was only one quote provided.
This was a competitive bid. This is the best quote from all the bids that were submitted.
Okay, any other questions? I have first and a second. Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
And Commissioner, I'm sure Mr. Hayes is going to appear here any minute, but we can provide that. I don't know. Well, I could put you on the spot. I don't know if you know the answer to that question. I think Rick was probably correct as to.
For accountability and identification of the firefighters for accountability.
Okay, I thought you were right. I just want.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to get you off the hook, Rick. So. But you were right. I knew you were right, but I just want thanks you always.
Yes.
Next up, Rick Curry. Please introduce the matter. Welcome back.
The subject is intergovernmental cooperative purchase, INTG 22-0081, firearms for the Washington County Sheriff's Department. Recommended motion, move to authorize a resolution for the Sheriff's Department to purchase firearms with the appropriate accessories at the contracted prices amount of $93,964.83 and to utilize another jurisdiction's contract that was awarded by the state of Maryland, contract number, as you can see, to Atlantic Tactical of New Cumberland, PA. Sections 106.3 of the Public Code of Laws does allow for this board to participate in a competitive procurement, which this is exceeding $50,000. The reason for that would be because of the benefits of utilizing another jurisdiction's contract. It does not require us to go through the bidding process, the Sheriff's Department to put together an RFP to solicit pricing. Funding is available in the CIP account as you see listed, and a quote attached from Atlantic Tactical dated February 2nd, 2022. Any questions?
Commissioners, thoughts, comments?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any further questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Commissioner, we're about 25 minutes ahead of schedule. I suggest like a 15-minute recess so we can catch up and give other people to arrive timely. Is that okay?
Eat a burger.
I need a burger. Good point. All right, we'll be on about 15-minute recess. Thank you. for allowing us to have a recess. Next up is intergovernmental cooperative purchase, power load systems. Brandy Noggle, would you please come forward and introduce yourself? I believe you have Mr. Hayes, Mr. Chisholm with you as well.
Good morning. Brandy Noggle, buyer for the purchasing
Good
department.
morning.
David Chisholm, Deputy Director of Emergency Services.
David Hayes, Director of Emergency Services. I'm going to steal the mic for just a second before Brandy gets off. I think Commissioner Kiefer had asked a question about the SCBA purchase and the logos or emblems. So that volunteer coordinator was correct. They're expensive because they have to be heat resistant, and they're actually built into the SCBA bottle as part of the resin process when they're manufactured. So I kind of wanted to give you a better
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I certainly support it, the cost, and I know things can be expensive at times. Just, that was the very last item on the second page of the quote, and it stuck out like a sore thumb.
Yep,
Just labels, $25,000, a lot of money.
I kind of asked the same question, but that's it.
Okay, please begin.
The recommendation I have for you this morning is the intergovernmental cooperative purchase, INTG 22-0082 for power load systems and PowerPro stretchers. Move to authorize the purchase by resolution for the Division of Emergency Services to purchase 6 power load systems and 6 PowerPro stretchers with the appropriate accessories for a total amount of $297,229.10, and to utilize another jurisdiction's contract which was awarded by the state of Maryland to Stryker Medical out of Chicago, Illinois. The Department of Emergency Services requesting to purchase the 6 power load systems and the 6 PowerPro stretchers to equip ambulances located in Sharpsburg, Boonesboro, and Smithsburg. All ambulances within Washington County currently operate the PowerPro stretchers, and 17 of those have the power load systems. The purchase of the stretchers will ensure that each ambulance in Washington County will have the power load system and a compatible stretcher. This will give the EMS staff the ability to interchange the stretchers between units in the event of a multi-patient incident or a mechanical failure. In addition to the operational considerations, having the same device on each ambulance will allow the sharing of batteries and disposable things such as straps and mattresses. The ability to train each EMS staff member on this as just one piece of equipment is very beneficial for the purchase of the products. The Code of Public Local Law provides that the Board of County Commissioners may procure goods and services through another jurisdiction's contract by, as long as the same terms and conditions are abided by. The county will benefit with a direct cost savings of this purchase due to the economies of scale that the contract has leveraged. There are funds available in the Division of Emergency Services Capital Improvement Plan.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Next up, Governor's Office of Crime Prevention, Rachel Souders. Please come forward, introduce yourselves in the matter. Thank you all.
Good morning. Rachel Souders, Senior Grant Manager, Office of Grant Management. The Washington County Office of Grant Management, on behalf of and at direction of the Local Management Board, requests approval to submit a community partnership agreement proposal to the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention, Youth and Victim Services for the FY23 in response to their notice of funding availability. The proposal requests funding for 6 programs impacting the well-being of children, youth, and families in Washington County, as well as support for county admin expenses. The funding that has been requested and approved by the Local Management Board includes the following programmatic strategies and the respective vendors. The Family-Centered Support Services, run by the Department of Social Services for $70,940. The School-Based Mental Health Services, run by Brook Lane Health Services for $203,925. The Disconnected Youth Program Enhancements, run by the Western Maryland Consortium, $55,978. The Family Strong Program, run by Potomac Case Management Services, $66,000. Local Care Team Coordinator, Praxis Access, is $54,000. New Juvenile Diversion Program, the vendor will be RFP'd after the award. So it's to be determined at this time. $101,000, and Office of Grant Management Admin is $109,260. So I'm requesting approval to submit the application and accept the funding as awarded.
Commissioners' comments?
Motion to approve.
First, is there a second?
Second.
First and second, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you.
Next, welcome back, Rachel. Jail-based medication, please introduce yourselves and the matter.
Rachel Souter, Senior Grant Manager, Office of Grant Management.
Megan Willis, Director of the Day Reporting Center at the Sheriff's Office.
The Washington County Detention Center is requesting approval to submit an application to the Opioid Operational Command Center requesting $491,374.37 in funding to support the jail-based medication-assisted treatment and reentry program and accept funding if awarded. The detention center proposes to expand access to medication-assisted treatment within the detention center and coordinate continuation of MAT services post-release as required under House Bill 116. The medical provider will identify MAT candidates in custody and refer candidates to the certified addiction counselor to conduct a level of care assessment and provide outpatient treatment based on best practices. The medical provider will provide MAT evaluation, induction, and continuation. The peer recovery specialist will plan for release and connect MAT patients to community-based providers post-release. The program will fund salaries of the medical provider and nurse and the detention center addictions counselor and peer recovery specialist. The program proposes to purchase MAT medication to include methadone, buprenorphine, and Vivitrol. The Office of Grant Management has reviewed the grant funding guidelines and application. This grant has a 2-year performance period beginning April 21st and ending on April 21st, 2024. Previously, this was a 1-year grant. It's being extended to 2 years now.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? A motion on the floor, is there a second for discussion, if you have any? Is there a second? You got it? Okay, I have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Rachel, welcome back. Emergency Rental Assistance Program.
Last one. Rachel Souter, Senior Grant Manager, Office of Grant Management. I've been here before speaking about the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Just a quick refresher, in May 2021, the Department of Housing and Community Development awarded Washington County $9,441,971 in emergency rental assistance program funding in order to ensure housing stability for families and individuals at risk of and currently experiencing homelessness due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, as of January 2022, our subrecipient, the Washington County Community Action Council, has expended all client funds from the original award. Due to additional program funds becoming available for allocation and a demonstrated need in our county, the DHCD is increasing the amount of our original grant award by $1.3 million. If the board moves to approve acceptance, this additional funding will allow the CAC to continue aiding members in our community for several more months. Our existing grant agreement will be modified so a subsequent grant application will not be required, and the subrecipient agreement with CAC would be amended as well. So I'm just requesting approval to accept the awarded funding for $1.3 million.
Motion to accept.
Motion to accept.
Or second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you very much, Rachel.
Thank you all.
Next up, I believe Josh and Neil were running early, but you're here. Please introduce yourself in the matter.
Josh O'Neill, Division Director of Information Systems. I'm bringing before you a request to reclassify several positions as listed in the ARF. I'm also requesting that the increases stated to current staff be backdated to the original meeting date this was scheduled for, February 15th, and advertise all open vacancies.
Josh, have you given us a copy of your budget for this year yet?
We can get you a copy of the budget, but it's...
I personally didn't feel comfortable voting on this today without seeing a copy of your current budget and your proposed budget.
The savings will be significant, not only as far as the budget goes, because the one position that retired in December was at a very high step.
We're in the middle of a budget cycle, and so for me personally, I wouldn't mind seeing what your current budget would look like for next year. And that's just me. So, I mean, we're getting ready, you did some reorganization and it sounds good, but I'd like to see your overall budget for the new year for 2023 as compared to 2022.
Commissioners, any other comment?
I mean, all that information's been submitted to our Budget and Finance Department, right? So that's in the budget book somewhere, right, or not?
Do you know what page it's on?
Or not? I mean, right, because they're still pending. And, you know, obviously, and a couple of these are, we had someone who retired, we had someone who recently left, so a couple of these positions are vacant.
Yeah, the overall... But overall, there will be significant savings due to the retirement.
I don't have anything under tab 5.
I'll be a no on this today as well. I think Commissioner Burkett brings up a good point that maybe we should have the budget since we are so close to going through our budget cycle. A change like this should probably be made through the budget at this point in time. I know there's also been some other concerns that we've received, and I can't support this change right now.
Commissioners?
Yeah, and I'll just say that, you know, we do have a few vacancies. We had a retirement, and again, we had someone who just left. Friday was our last day. So we have these vacancies, and that was the opportunity to take a look at some of these positions. So, I mean, I understand your position, but we have these vacancies that we're going to have to try to fill at some point. I mean, we can.
What did you tell us before that your savings was?
The savings as reorganized is $2,558.
And that's going to reflect in your budget when it's finalized?
Yeah, the savings is actually going to be far more than that due to the decrease in step from the long-term.
And we have a shot to look at that budget if it's not factual what he's saying and change it anyway, correct?
Yeah, that'll be, I mean, it's part of the overall.
I mean, why would you want to vote?
I suppose not
something?
Once raises are given and people have been given their higher salary.
Yeah.
You could take it back.
Why would you want to vote on something before you know got a whole picture of it?
All right, Commissioners, any more comments? There's a request for a motion to approve. Is there a motion?
You know, I motion to approve.
I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second for further discussion? First and a second, further discussion, please. You guys want to restate your position, you're welcome to.
I just think you all are about to vote on something and you have no clue what his budget is for the year.
I think he's presented it to us. I think we've heard.
The third time we've.
Yeah.
But, okay, let me remind everybody that $2,558 savings in a $350,000 budget is only if we hire outside. So if somebody steps into the position that he created, it will add to his budget.
But the overall cost to the county doesn't increase, because if we fill that from another internal position, at some point you're going to have to fill that externally.
And it's not that I don't trust you, Josh, it's just that I look at the budget and I don't see anything in there. There's nothing in there for your department.
These aren't in the budget because they're not part of the budget until.
Well, it would be a part of your overall budget. I mean, if I looked at your budget and it was $200,000 or $1 million more than it was last year, that says something to me.
Okay, any further discussion? First and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Is that 3-2? Thank you. Next on the agenda, Susan Buchanan, please come forward, introduce yourselves in the matter.
Good morning, Susan Buchanan, Director, Office of Grant Management, here this morning to present the FY23 Community Organization Funding Recommendations. The Community Organization Funding Committee is comprised of 5 members individually appointed by each commissioner. The committee is charged with reviewing and evaluating annual grant application requests submitted by community-based local nonprofit organizations. After this careful review, the committee makes funding allocation recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners within the established annual funding priorities. In December, the committee did meet and received 32 funding applications from 31 separate organizations. The total amount of funding requested was $1,257,871.40. The amount of funds available is $774,000. Each member of the committee independently reviewed and scored the applications over a period of approximately 6 weeks. The committee then met as a group and deliberated funding allocations for each application received. The recommendations presented today were made in accordance with parameters established by the board. If you turn to the spreadsheet that's been provided, you'll see the Community Organization Funding Committee's FY23 funding recommendations. The spreadsheet contains each organization, the name of the project they requested funding for, their funding request, and then in the far column, you can see the funding recommendation made by the committee. I'd be happy to entertain any questions about any of these recommendations or the process.
Susan, last year, we agreed to allow capital projects, many capital projects, I guess, MINI, capital projects. After a couple years of trying, were there any requests for capital projects this year, or did that eliminate someone's operating request?
I anticipated this question, so I do have statistics for that. We had 9 applications that contained requests for capital expenses. That's probably slightly more than the average over the past years. Usually there's a handful, 4 or 5, 2 or 3, something like that.
When we couldn't fund capital projects.
Right.
Okay.
So we had 9, and 5 of these applications received funding. Okay. I don't believe that the inclusion of capital expenses impacted whether we could fund operating expenses or not. It was just gave flexibility. Most of these requests that were for capital expenses were still small requests. They were for equipment and things of that nature.
You're not looking for approval today, is it just?
These are for presentation. The way this works is this is part of the commissioner's operating budget, so these allocations are not finalized until you vote for the budget in May.
Very good.
Is this, I came and spoke to you about a particular grant program. Is this that grant program?
I'm trying to remember, I don't think so.
For
I think we were talking
Mount
about gaming. We were talking about gaming commission grants.
Okay, and then there was another under ARPA funds.
And the ARPA one, this is not the ARPA fund.
Okay.
That's not rolled out yet.
Okay.
Coming soon.
All right.
Susan, anything else? Anybody else? Questions? Hearing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are a little early, but next up is the Humane Society. If you guys are ready, I just saw you walked in. If you're ready, please come forward. Introduce yourselves in the matter. Please begin. Introduce yourselves in the matter.
Okay. Hi, my name is Colin Berry, and I am Executive Director at the Humane Society of Washington County. This is Crystal Mowry. She is our Director of Field Services at the shelter. The Humane Society is celebrating our 100th year, and we are proud to be the only animal shelter here in Washington County. Next slide, please. The Humane Society's contract with the county assumes that 70% of the animals we take in and care for are related to animal control. And that's the percentage that this request today is based on. But you will see here that the percentage of animals that come to us in this way is actually much higher. It was 79% in 2021. Next slide, please. In 2021, our field service department received 1,766 phone calls. As you can see, a significant portion of these were related to animal cruelty and requests to assist law enforcement. And in addition to abandoned and surrendered animals, you will see that we also sheltered 2,913 stray animals last year. About 15% of these were brought to us from field service officers, and the remaining 85% were brought to us from members of the public. Next slide, please. We also care for animals that require extensive veterinary care and rehabilitation. The animals you see here are just a few examples of the victims of abuse and neglect that our field service officers brought to the shelter this year. As you can see, these particular animals were all found in some state of starvation, and 2 of the cases are still pending in the judiciary system, and 1 is still in our care to this day. It is our duty and mission to help these animals. Next slide, please. It is also our duty and mission to help animals like these. Thankfully, the Washington County Sheriff's Office alerted us to the conditions in this particular home, and we were quickly able to respond. Next slide, please. Based on the information we had, we expected to rescue between 25 and 30 animals, and we formed a response team based on that information. In the end, though, we rescued 92 dogs and 21 cats from this single home. A few days later, there was a dog who was discovered in the bathroom wall. You will see the hole in the back of the left picture here, and she was rescued as well. These animals were living in a home with no air conditioner in June. It's difficult to even describe what it meant to walk into this house and what conditions were found. I think this photo, though, gives you a pretty good idea of what those animals experienced and what our officers and staff experienced when they walk into that home. Next slide, please. A large-scale case like this requires careful planning and execution, and we had 11 staff on site that day, and our veterinary team documented each animal as they were removed from the home. We administered basic vaccines, and we gave them treatment to kill the fleas and other parasites that all of these animals harbored from just being inside the home. I want to point out on the bottom, the middle picture, the dog, that is not mud on that dog. That is caked on feces that the animal simply got from living inside the home. On the right, you'll see that due to the conditions inside that home, respirator mask had to be worn to safely remove the animals. Next slide, please. This was a resource-heavy case, and I'm focusing on it because it did push us to capacity or beyond capacity. At the height of kitten season, when our shelter is already full, we were flooded with 114 animals on a single day. We told their story to the community through social media, and you may have seen it. We clearly laid out the supplies we needed to care for these specific animals, and the people in Washington County and beyond stepped up in an unimaginable way. We received hundreds of bags of food and supplies needed to care for these animals, and we also fundraised more than $75,000 to support the extensive care, medical, and behavioral needs of these animals. Saving these animals has truly taken a village, and we're still working on it. The majority of the dogs had to be taught how to live what we would consider to be a normal life. Most had to learn how to interact with people, how to walk on grass, and even how to play with toys. They huddled together in fear, and in order to just clean their kennels, our staff had to wrap most of them in blankets just to carry them outside. We worked as quickly as possible to get the most fearful, unsocial, and pregnant dogs into foster homes, but finding fosters willing to care for dogs with this many issues was difficult. Next slide, please. 9 months later, and I'm proud to say, here are some happy endings from that case. Many of these animals have now experienced things they never would have experienced before in that home in Hancock. Although they've come a long way, some of these animals are still struggling though. There are some who are still learning to trust people. They can barely be touched. There's even one who is still trying to work up the courage just to walk outside. Next slide, please. Even with challenging cases like that one, and with dogs even like these are 3 bonded senior dogs that we were able to place together. The Humane Society of Washington County ended 2021 with a historic live release rate of 85%. Okay, so I can't stress enough how important that is and how impressive that number is, because just 8 short years ago, some of you may remember that the Humane Society's live release rate was a sobering 60%. We have utilized our resources in such a way that we have drastically improved the overall level of care for our animals, and we've increased our live release rate by 25%. Next slide, please. So how do we do this? How do we continue to save more and more animals every year? Well, we creatively market our animals, and we do it through multiple social media sites. We are on WDVM. We are in Herald Mail on a weekly basis. We have podcasts that we work with several radio stations on, and we engage in any other opportunity as they arise. We also feature animals at off-site adoption days and have special promos throughout the year. Next slide, please. Another way we do this is by growing programs like our Feline Transport program. This year, we really focused on that. We have been working with several groups, but Give PERS a Chance in Berkeley Springs for several years, and we have transferred animals to them. But this year, we were able to partner with several shelters in New England who literally have a shortage of cats because of years of successful spay, neuter, and TNR programs like the ones that we are just now doing in the past 5 years. Next slide, please. Another life-saving program, which you all have heard about before and I'm especially proud of, is our TNR program. Last year, the Humane Society TNR'd 945 cats. TNR is a critical component of a comprehensive community cat program aimed at stabilizing the feline population and reducing it over time. Last year, we fundraised $72,500 to support this critical program for the community. Next slide, please. TNRing 945 cats in a single year is impressive in and of itself, but what is the impact of that? Well, cats have multiple litters a year, and uncontrolled populations quickly avalanche. I think we've all seen that. Based on conservative reproductive numbers, 945 TNRs that we performed last year will prevent the unwanted birth of more than 4,500 kittens this year alone. In the first 4 years of the program, we have TNR'd 2,000 of Washington County's community and feral cats. Next slide, please. Programs like these do require funding beyond general budget dollars. I've already touched on the $75,000 we raised to support the animals from last year's hoarding case and $72,500 that we raised for TNR. But I want to highlight that we also raised an additional $212,500 to save even more lives in 2021. Before telling you how we did that, though, I do want to clarify that this direct fundraising, like I'm talking about, does not include grants. That is considered separate revenue. Next slide, please. We raised $212,500 through events like our 100th year gala celebration, annual polar bear plunge, our luau, special giving days like Washington County Gives and Giving Tuesday. And we also had the 12 statues that you'll see there that we auctioned off. We had artists decorate them and we auctioned them off. We also sent direct mail pieces to the homes of 6,000 supporters. And that continues to be a source of revenue for us through fundraising. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to highlight some of the critical work of our field service department. Our officers have arrest powers for on-view misdemeanor animal cruelty violations, and they truly find themselves in dangerous situations on a daily basis. Because of this, they carry tasers, they wear bulletproof vests in the field to protect themselves, and they are required to have pre-exposure rabies vaccinations. They also have to be certified to euthanize animals in emergency situations, and they have to be available after hours for court and mandatory on-call shifts. Next slide, please. In addition to protecting the animals, we also protect the residents of Washington County. Our officers do this through documenting bites and identifying vicious and dangerous dogs in the community. These are complex cases that require time and focus. The last thing we want is for a dangerous animal to slip through the cracks and to kill another animal, or even worse, a person. We also keep Washington County safe through our partnership with the Washington County Health Department. And in 2021, we administered rabies vaccinations to more than 3,500 animals to protect residents from this fatal disease. Next slide, please. Over the last year, we continue to support seniors and low-income residents who have pets. We know that neither age nor finances define a person's ability to love and care for an animal. Last year, our pet food bank and field service officers distributed more than 35,000 pounds of pet food to individuals and families in need. Officers also continued to help an average of 20 residents a month at Walnut Towers, Potomac Towers, C.W. Brooks, and Elizabeth Court. The Humane Society also made preventative veterinary care more accessible to underserved populations. We distributed 448 low-cost spay-neuter vouchers to residents in need, and we also offered monthly low-cost wellness clinics at the shelter's veterinary center and hosted 3 rabies and microchip clinics throughout Washington County. We also support the community in lesser-known ways, and we found that the best way to do this is to partner with other nonprofits throughout the community. During the past year, we have worked with a local domestic violence organization to keep animals safe while their owners broke free from abusive homes. We've also temporarily housed animals whose families were displaced by fires, and we have provided veterinary care and supplies to homeless pet owners in need. Next slide, please. The full scope of our work, which includes continuing programs like all of these that you've heard for vulnerable residents, enforcing county animal control ordinances, state laws, caring for thousands of animals a year, all of this will require us to have a budget of $2,864,000 in the next fiscal year. Based on our current animal control contract, we are requesting $1,508,472 from the county for 2022-2023. There is a $1.35 million variance between what the contract allows for funding and what it actually costs the Humane Society of Washington County to serve the complex animal needs of the community. Next slide, please. In addition to the operating expenses, I just want to highlight that we're also investing in capital expenditures that are critical to our infrastructure. Last Friday, we completed a 4-week project to repair and resurface floors throughout the shelter, and we also had to replace deteriorating cabinets that were highlighted during last year's shelter inspection by the Department of Agriculture. As you know, we are also investing $60,000 to replace a field service vehicle, and with the county's generous help, we will also be replacing the second one in need. Finally, our aging HVAC system is reaching the point where piecemeal repairs will no longer suffice. Over the past year, we've gone multiple days without air conditioning during the summer months, and we've gone multiple days without heat during the winter. And we've done the best we can, but updating the entire system will cost upwards of $750,000. None of the current or upcoming projects that I've just described here are included in our budget request today. Next slide, please. One of the items I would just like to highlight is an increase to the personnel costs for animal control. In order to support the rapid growth of TNR, the feline programs, and other life-saving programs, we need to add an additional full-time position. This position will bridge the work between our field service officers and our resource center and will help us better support members of the community with cat-related issues. Also, while awaiting the arrival of the new field service vehicles, which aren't expected to actually arrive until 2023, we anticipate more maintenance and repairs on the 2 vehicles that must be replaced. Next slide, please. You'll also see a shift in personnel and supply costs from animal care to clinic operations, which was due to a move in our organizational chart. We have also built in support for our Feline Transport program, which relies on volunteers to drive our vehicles up to 1,000 miles round trip. Over the past year, we were able to cover fuel for these trips, but we had to ask volunteers to pay for their own hotel stay and food for those trips. And most of the time, these individuals were also taking off work in order to help us save more lives. The adoption fee revenue that you see there is not actually what we would call a traditional adoption fee, so I do want to explain that. It's actually a reimbursement from the receiving shelters to cover the mandatory vaccines and tests that are required to transport animals over state lines. Next slide, please. Finally, you'll see an increase in our workers' comp cost. In November, the workers' comp company we were working with decided not to renew our coverage for 2022. Our annual premium jumped from $21,000 to $42,000. Animal sheltering can be unpredictable, and despite training and solid safety measures in place, there's an increased risk for bites and scratches, zoonotic diseases, and injuries. Our staff work 24/7 regardless of the weather, so this too can be a safety challenge. In addition, you've seen photos of the conditions our officers work in, and you can understand how easy it is to slip and fall when wading through piles of trash and inches of caked on feces and urine. Next slide, please. Despite the inherent hazards of this work, we're committed both to protecting the animals of Washington County and supporting the people who love them. We've been in this community for 100 years now, and we intend to be here for the next 100. Today, we respectfully request that you approve our budget request in full so that we can continue to provide the same high-quality animal services that Washington County residents deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, any questions?
How much did you totally fundraise last year? I was trying to add it up quickly, but.
It was close to $300,000. That does not include grants. A lot of our grants we do pair up with projects that do need funding or even capital expenditures like equipment for our veterinary center or different things we may need, programs to develop for the community.
Any other questions?
For me, it was nice to visit out there and hear about that cat release program where you,
Yeah, and I do, if you haven't visited, it really is, there's a lot that we do that people in this community truly don't know about. I tried to highlight some of it here, but it's always hard to capture that in 15 minutes.
Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I suggest taking another 15-some minute break, recess, so we can be on time for the next presentation. Thank you.
Museum next.
Everybody, museum folks, please introduce yourselves in the matter. Welcome.
Good afternoon, I guess. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Roger Fairborn. I'm president of the Board of Trustees. On my left,
Ted Reeder, assistant treasurer, soon to be treasurer, as I just found out today.
and Sarah Hall. You want to give a brief introduction for yourself?
Sure, I'm Sarah Hall. I'm executive director of the museum, and it's nice to see people's faces this year. My second time here.
And I'm Nancy Motherway, the Director of Finance and Operations.
Thank you. Well, welcome, and please begin.
So your support over the last 50 years has helped to make the museum one of the premier county treasurers in Washington County. Those of us on the board of the trustees, the museum staff, and the volunteers all feel privileged to be a part of the museum and what it offers to our community, to both the county and to the city, and indeed to the whole region. Keep the museum flourishing, serving the community, and connecting to the people of Hagerstown and Washington County with the transformative power of art is really our goal in functioning and maintaining the museum. We're appreciative of your the opportunity you've given us to meet with you today, and we have some highlights from over the past year. It's been a very, very interesting year. Having to operate a public building and a public use building through the middle of COVID, but I think you're going to see that we've achieved some real benefits for the community. Today's presentation is going to delve into the people we serve, the collections we care for, the work we do in terms of research, scholarship, and teaching, and the innovative thinking we've done over the last year, while looking forward to how the museum can keep pace with the exciting renaissance that is happening all around us in Washington County. Indeed, people are understanding that the museum is someplace more than just to go look at pictures, that it is, there's research going on, there's preservation efforts going on, there's education going on, there's public outreach to the community and everything else. So I'm going to turn things over to Sarah Hall and let her fill you in with the details.
Wondering, yep, I can control that. All right, everyone. I wanted to start today with people because what we do is meaningless without them. The art, the exhibitions, the collections we care for and interpret only gain meaning through their connection to people. The connection is what makes us relevant. This image, like all the photos in this presentation, were sourced from social media. Here, students at St. Mary's Catholic School pose in front of their artwork at the museum. Their clever teacher offered a pizza party as an incentive for the students to visit their artwork and take selfies. And our first smiling girl on the intro slide was one of the St. Mary's students as well. We recognize that connecting with people can be as simple as allowing selfies to commemorate visits. Consequently, we've been negotiating all of our exhibition contracts to allow personal non-flash photography. This is just another example of museum memories being made. Here's some proof that it's not always, whoops, went too fast that time. It's not always selfies. Some beautiful art glass from our Reinhardt Gallery made an impression on this visitor. And then here is one more example of a visitor who's finding and creating something personal in a work on exhibition. That's a detail photograph of one of the paintings we had in Bernini and the Roman Baroque. We keep track of social media, Google reviews, TripAdvisor, and Yelp to see how we connect with people. And a few examples of recent reviews include, "What a beautiful museum, absolutely loved it. Friendly staff and lovely art. We'll be back. Surprised. This county art museum is a true hidden gem. Good selections of artwork. It is located in the city park. Family can spend a whole day here. Museum is free." I often say that museum experiences are more about qualitative metrics than quantitative. It's easy to count bodies. It's harder to measure lives that are touched. The hallway cases in the museum have been a source of inspiration for us throughout the last year because we've shared them with community groups. Our own students, as well as St. Mary's, which you saw in the first images, and the Weavers Roundtable is pictured here. Most recently, we had the Antietam Fiber Artists with a spectacular display. It's a wonderful way of connecting local groups to the museum, letting our visitors see examples of local artists and artisans, and maybe inspiring someone to develop a new talent. Each year, we plan an ambitious schedule of exhibitions and programs, but along with that, we're continuing to care for and develop the collection. Here's an image of a lovely drawing we received just in December as part of a donation of works on paper from the collection of John and Sylvie O'Brien. Some of you may have read the Herald Mail article that came out just after Christmas. Our monthly newspaper column and our quarterly feature article in At Home Places is another way we keep the museum in front of the community. And this is stolen from my own social media. Collections care also includes conservation, and here I am on Museum Selfie Day, which is a thing, in front of our iconic Norman Rockwell painting. You probably can't tell from this image, but 10 months ago the painting left the museum and was cleaned, conserved, and glazed with high-quality, non-reflective museum glass, so you cannot tell it is underneath glazing. And this is a post-conservation photo. Another way we care for our collection and connect it to people is through scholarship. Here are the galleys for our Joshua Johnson catalog, a beautiful book that we produced to document the research that went into our 2021 exhibition. The book sold out, by the way. We wrapped up Joshua Johnson with an all-day study day full of terrific talks by some impressive colleagues on everything from Johnson and his subjects to the complexities of race in early 19th century Maryland. It was planned to inspire the next generation of scholars, and we had an avid group who stayed with us all day, including historians, students, museum members, and representatives from 11 different museums across the country. Our first public indoor gathering of the pandemic was November 2021 with a hybrid lecture. Some people joined us online and other people were there in person, and those who were there in person got to go for an impromptu gallery visit after the talk with Tim Berenger from Yale. He spoke about what is certainly one of my favorite paintings in the collection, Thomas Moran's 1880 canvas, Lower Manhattan from Communipaw. And we're still celebrating this 90 years, so we have some more special events and lectures coming up over the coming weeks. Last summer, during our major exhibition, Bernini and the Roman Baroque, masterpieces from Palazzo Chigi and Aricia, Kelly Mealy, who you see there in the middle in that great t-shirt that says, "Ask me about my museum." She created a series of different pop-up programs in the park, which was really great because at that point kids couldn't be vaccinated. Parents were looking for meaningful things to do. What's happening in the top right is a dome is being built out of straws. She also had gumdrops and toothpicks, so we're talking about Renaissance architecture. In a typical year, the museum serves between 6,000 and 7,000 students in Washington County Public Schools, but we also serve hundreds of children through family programs and workshops, like our Saturday morning youth program and Polished and Prime Portfolios, our new after-school enrichment program we do with Bester Community of Hope, and other free or low-cost programs. During Fall Fest, we had 2,355 people outside the museum engaged in activities and 365 inside. We gave away 150 birthday cupcakes. I knew they'd go fast. And here I'll put in my plug for museums as broad-based, multidisciplinary places for learning. Art museum collections are not just the basis for teaching art or art history, but a huge range of formal and informal disciplines, including critical thinking and analysis, foreign languages, social history and natural history, math, science, creative writing. Museums are also the perfect place to develop humanist values like tolerance, empathy, and respect for rational inquiry. There's Kelly teaching. I just can't resist pictures of children in the museum. When they first started coming back, we cried. Exhibitions, here are some images from the Washington County Public School Award winners on the left, our portrait exhibition Face to Face on the right. Behind the scenes at Joshua Johnson, that detail is really fun. The multi-family portrait there in the middle, the little boy is holding a book, and if you look closely, he's drawn a rose, which is a symbol of affection for his mother. So kind of a fun detail. Strong exhibitions are the largest attendance driver and the biggest way for us to attract a larger regional audience. Our annual attendance pre-pandemic averaged about 46,000 a year over the last 5 years, the leading art museum in our market. We've introduced banners. We put a new hanging system in the Bowman Gallery for the Bernini and the Roman Baroque exhibition that you see there on the right. After Bernini, we did an impact report, which showed us our attendance increased dramatically. We had been running at about 30% of our pre-pandemic numbers. During this exhibition, we jumped up to 70%, so still not quite pre-pandemic, but a lot better. We've settled back down to around 50% of pre-pandemic now. Voluntary donations increased 64% over the period of this exhibition, and our shop sales were 73% higher. So a strong exhibition makes a really big difference. It was such an important show. A few more pictures. That's a 200-pound painting there on the left, which was quite fun to uncrate and hang. And there's the wonderful opening party we had in June outdoors we were able to celebrate. We interpret our collections and exhibitions in a variety of ways, from labels on the wall to tours, lessons in technique, lectures, videos, essays, and interdisciplinary exploration through music, literature, and science, and in this case, food. For example, I discussed the Baroque were fascinated with the story of the suicide of Cleopatra, and we combined me talking about that with a demonstration of making a fig dessert. So you can find all 5 of our Art Bites videos on our YouTube page, and you can use them to make an Italian meal, from wine to dessert. Another way to connect with the museum is our Visiting Voices program. We invite people from the community to write museum labels from a personal perspective. And here, this is from Mark Youngblood's Instagram account. He wrote a label for one of the Brassai photos we recently had on exhibition. Here we have student work, but older students in a culinary program who have made sugar sculptures in response to another installation that we have called War and Pieces. It was in one of the earlier slides. You can see photographs of it. We connect with the community in different ways. We invited Cannon Coffee in for the opening weekend of Bernini and set up a cafe in the atrium, and the museum paid for free coffee for all the folks who visited us that weekend. And on the right, that was the people from International Arts and Artists who put the Bernini show together, the tour. And they all came in and visited from DC. And here I am doing a Maryland Public Television Arts Minute. It was our first major Old Master show in 50 years, and we used it to try and leverage regional tourism. Bringing the world to Hagerstown and also supporting our regional arts and artists is one of our goals through our exhibition schedule. Here, this Dutch artist, Bouke de Vries, was installed to celebrate our 90th birthday. So we had 3 incredibly strong exhibitions on at once. For our birthday, we had Bernini and the Roman Baroque, Joshua Johnson, and War and Pieces. It's truly a privilege to work for a museum with such a powerful legacy of service to the region, particularly through our youth education. That's the night of our birthday party. And we started the fiscal year with some slight restructuring. A full-time director of education position was added. Some positions are aligned a little differently this year. In the fall, we filled 2 vacancies with updated position descriptions and brought on some terrific new talent in marketing and communications and exhibitions and collections. We are still doing virtual programming. It's still happening. And we just recently had someone from Tasmania join us for a virtual exhibition tour. And at this point, I'm going to pass things over to Nancy Motherway, our Director of Finance and Operations, and she'll tell you a bit about the next 3
slides. First of all, this is showing our expenses for fiscal year 2021. We've been focusing on mission and activities, but we do have some snapshots of the financials for you. Our fiscal year 23 budget is in the process of being developed and will be approved at our June board meeting. But here's a look at expenses for fiscal year 21. 89% of our annual budget was directly related to program services, which included exhibitions, classes, collections, collection care, and public programs, and other aspects of our mission. Only 11% went to general administration and fundraising. This is just another comparison of 2 years of expenses before the pandemic and now, which is very similar thanks to our diverse resources of revenue. And this pie chart shows the importance of your support. We appreciate that you are a partner in our enormously important work of continuing to keep the museum at the heart of our community. Our funding for the county and city provides 24% of funding from government sources, contributions, and bequests. A diverse stream of funding is important to our financial health, and local support encourages other granting institutions who understand that we are valued by our community and that our community does their part to invest in our work. While last fiscal year reflected this graph, we had 2 PPP loans and an NEH CARES grant. In our current fiscal year, we have had help from our Employee Retention Credit Program and an IMLS Rescue Program, American Rescue Plan Award. Additionally, new hires were supported by our reemployment grant from the Western Maryland Consortium.
So as we plan for fiscal year '23, we're requesting funding from the county of $150,000, which is an increased request because we were slightly cut from $140,000 in 2018 to $120,000 a year since 2019. Additionally, as some of you know, we're under contract to purchase the former Bach Oil site on the corner of Key and Highland Streets, and while developing the property will entail a major funding campaign, for the short term, we have a slight increase in our operational costs related to the property. A little bit more about that, but in the meantime, let's look at what's happening ahead. In May, we open Exploring Jonathan Street, History, Art, Imagination, in which we bring the artifacts from 417 Jonathan Street back to the community so people get a chance to spend time with them, tell some community stories, and have a contemporary art component. June has Allure of the Near East, a wonderful show of mainly Islamic artifacts. The Joseph Holston Color and Freedom exhibition related to the Underground Railroad has been postponed twice, but it will happen this fall. And then really beautiful exhibition of Art Nouveau and Post-Impressionist prints. That's at Toulouse-Lautrec on the left. There is coming in October, so that should be really fun over the holidays. I wanted to leave you with this slide, which is a visioning of what that former Bach Oil site could look like. Some conceptual planning there. I spend a lot of time talking about the importance of museums and the arts, the economic impact, the impact on quality of life, the role that the arts play in attracting and retaining population. There are exciting things happening in Washington County right now, and we're certainly ready and eager to be a part of that growth and change. But to conclude, I want to read a little excerpt from a recently published article. The arts are the opposite of a diversion from reality. They might just be the most realistic glimpse we ever get into the nature and meaning of life. And if you make time for consuming and producing art the same way you make time for work and exercise and family, you'll find your life getting fuller and happier. Treat art less like a diversionary pleasure and more like exercise or sleep or loving relationships, a necessity for a life of full, deep satisfaction. I'm confident that the work we do helps fulfill that necessity and adds immeasurable beauty, meaning, and satisfaction to the lives of our residents and visitors. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
Commissioners, comments,
Happy to open
thoughts?
some questions.
On the new, on the Bach, the oil, what will take place there? Will that just be another addition to the?
No, that's going to be an art education center. There's a number of things that we can't do in the existing building. We can't have kilns, we can't do welding and things like that because of the risk of fire. So it will encourage a whole new broad range of contemporary art, as well as providing all of the classroom space that we're lacking now. When the existing museum was renovated in 1994, there were 2 classrooms that were developed, and right off the bat, one of those classrooms was relegated to office space. So we really come up short when it comes to space for offering those classes. We do have a full-time art educator now, and she's beginning to look at building programs for curriculum for other schools in our footprint. So it's a very ambitious program.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other comments?
Thank you for your presentation. I was reminded by text message while you were giving your presentation, my wife was watching the meeting, and the museum is where we had our first date. And so it's very special to us. You highlighted the Oculus by Norman Rockwell, which is my favorite painting. And I'm wondering if you could each share what your favorite piece of art is in the museum. Tough question.
A lovely question. Who wants to go first?
I would tell you that my all-time favorite of anything that's been presented was the Joshua Johnson with the little boy holding the book with the rose.
Okay.
When you walked into the Grow Gallery, that little kid just reached out and grabbed your heart. I have to say of the full-time collection, I'd have to agree with you, the Oculist is pretty cool. I mean, when you can step up and look at a Norman Rockwell closely enough to see the freckles on the kid's face, it's pretty cool.
It is.
Now protected, but you don't know it.
Yeah.
You can poke it now. People poke that painting. That's why we had to put it.
Yep.
No poking.
I would have to say that Thomas Moran, the shipwreck, just the detail of it is spectacular. But I agree that you can't beat the Norman Rockwell, that we have one here in Hagerstown.
Ted, do you have one?
I don't know if it's technically an exhibit. I mean, the Diana statue always just reaches out and grabs him because you see it from any angle.
Every angle.
Mark Lake, it's
She's
there.
beautiful.
That certainly draws me in.
We got a employee in her cover letter applying for her job said she grew up near the park and that she thought of Diana as the goddess of the lake. And that's a good way to get to your new boss's heart, right? I'll go with the Thomas Moran because he's known for his western views. And this is an eastern New Jersey looking at Manhattan. And it's just beautiful. I mean, oil paint, I often say oil paint is inherently beautiful. It's shiny and pretty, and every inch of that painting is just exquisite. But it's a fabulous collection. That's why I'm in Hagerstown. That's why I moved. It's a great place and obviously really important to the community. I feel it from everyone, and that's important to me. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing no more questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Next on our agenda, the FY23 General Fund presentation. Kelsey and staff, please come forward. Introduce yourselves and the matter.
This is not something I'm going to miss.
Good afternoon, Kim Edlin, Director of Budget and Finance.
And Kelsey Mace, interim CFO. And we're here today to present to you the proposed draft 2 of the general fund budget. So on this first slide, you will see that over the FY22 approved budget, we have a budget change of $14.7 million or 5.87%. In the bottom part of this slide, you can see where revenues and expenses have changed from the requested version you saw last week to the proposed balanced version that we are presenting today. Revenues changed $250,000 while expenses changed $723,000. So what changed with revenue? Personal property tax was adjusted down $276,000 based on a corrected assessment. We found a calculation error that we had in our requested version. The second change was to income tax. Hearing the comments that I know have been echoed more than just last week's meeting about the projections being too conservative. So I went back and I took a second look and I discussed it with John, and we are comfortable with raising that projection to 3.5% instead of the 3%. This produced the $530,000 change that you see here.
May I ask you a question then? What made you more comfortable from a week ago when I turn on the TV and the news is exploding with difficulties?
Well, part of it was looking at what growth has been used in the past, what we've actually seen in the past, and also knowing that minimum wage is a requirement, that it's going to be raised over the next 3 years
That'll
still.
increase income tax.
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Kelsey.
Sure. So here you'll see the expenditure changes by category. So the first change was that the Board of Education was reduced down to the maintenance of effort. Wages and benefits were reduced based on some of the personnel requests, which you'll be seeing next week. County operations, Kim and I went through line by line, department by department, and was able to capture $56,000 in savings from budgets that were either unused or consistently under budget over the past few years. County operations, oh, I just did that one. Okay, so outside agencies. So you'll see there was an increase of $530,000 over what was requested.
Part of that is due to the increase in the fire and rescue allocations from the $75,000 that was proposed to the $100,000 that was discussed last week. That produced a $750,000 change in the budget. That was offset by some reductions made to other outside agencies to hold them at a 3.5% increase. The change in transfers to other funds was based on other fund budgets and what is going to be proposed in later weeks. Capital outlay was reduced due to moving some of those expenses to the CIP project that's currently in the draft CIP plan, and some things that were identified that are not necessary today. The last line here you'll see is additional pension. So this is kind of the surplus that we have in this year's budget, and it's being proposed to use it as an additional contribution to the pension plan. At June of '21, we were still at 68% funded for the pension plan. Another option for this would be to hold the cash if inflation is more than what we are anticipating, and we would have those funds on hand to cover unanticipated costs. So to see more detail for these budgets, they are in tab 5 of your binders.
What are you basing your thought that inflation will be? What are you anticipating?
So this was done department by department on what they're seeing, what they're paying for their supplies now. Most increases are either supplies or software costs that are going up.
About what percent, do you think?
It varies from department to department.
Give me an example, one or two or several departments.
I don't have that right
Okay.
handy, but I can do
Get that to me later. It's not necessary.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
thank you.
If you can provide that to all the commissioners, then.
Yes, everybody. Thank you for adding that.
So what's included in the proposed budget? So the Board of Education funded at MOE only, a 2.5 step and 1% COLA for employees, a one-time 1% COLA for retirees, the additional contribution to pension, allocations for volunteer fire and rescue companies at the $100,000 per company, the soil conservation request for engineer, and the other outside agencies held at a 3.5% increase. What's not included? Any additional funding for the Board of Education above the maintenance of effort, full funding for all outside agency requests, funding for the additional EMS staffing plan that I believe Director Hayes is going to be bringing here in a few weeks, additional funding for any more employee salary adjustments, funding for the P25 radio system, and additional funding for other capital projects.
P25, explain what that is.
So that's the radio tower project that we currently have $10 million budgeted for, but it's being said that it's probably going to cost more than the $10 million.
That's for 911.
Yes.
That's correct. And you may recall that, I mean, this board put $8 million aside last year toward that program.
Yeah, so there's $8 million in it today. There's another $2 million included in the draft CIP plan to come in 23 and 24. Latest cost estimates could be up to $12 million.
So if we're looking currently at 16 million extra so far this year, couldn't we go ahead and pull some of that aside for these projects?
Yes, you could.
So we don't need to throw them in a new budget?
You wouldn't necessarily have to, no.
Okay.
Good option.
Okay, so the 5-year projection, and this is the second to last page in your packet, has the detailed projection. This here just kind of summarizes what's on that page. So what is being proposed, we can have a balanced budget in 23 and 24, and then in 25, we would start to see a deficit whenever the SAFER grant expires. However, this deficit, since it is under $1 million, and we know that expenses and revenues can fluctuate, I'm comfortable with this deficit. At the end of the 5 years, we're looking at a $400,000 deficit at the 3.0 tax rate. So some of the projections and assumptions had changed from the first draft, and this is why it has changed so much here. The first change was the income tax growth from 3 to 3.5%. And then the second change that I made down in the expenses was I broke out the capital transfer separate from operating transfers and plugged in what's actually being proposed into the plan. Taking that out, operating transfers were reduced to 3% increase per year in line with other expenses. So that's why the change in the deficit from what you saw last week. Here's a summary of what the 5-year projection looks like at a 2.8% tax rate. For the FY23 budget to balance, we would need to cut or reduce budgets by $3.5 million. And subsequently, budgets would have to be cut throughout the years to avoid the $10 million deficit in 2027.
If I could just say something, Kelsey, I appreciate this information, but we've been given a 5-year budget projection for, not during my whole term as county commissioner. I think it started at some point a couple years ago, and not once has that 5-year budget projection been accurate in any way. And in fact, in many years, we've had a significant surplus. I think it's still worth pointing out that the revenues are increasing rather substantially. So to tuck in spending a little better to reduce expenses is a way to make either a lesser or the same tax rate manageable. It's manageable. I think that's overinflated, those expenses, in many ways. And on the previous slide, to equate a deficit to the SAFER grant is unfair as well, because we choose where to cut expenses, we choose where to give additional revenues to. So to equate that to the SAFER grant is not accurate in any way, because we decide whether or not that SAFER grant or something else would be funded, and there could be other expenses that are cut elsewhere. So to pinpoint the SAFER grant's not fair or accurate.
That's also $2.6 million that we're receiving today that we will not receive.
It's not fair or accurate that we have to take it from the SAFER grant.
I'm not saying you would take it from the SAFER grant, but that's $2.6 million in revenue that we're using today to pay for expenses that are not going to go away.
Yeah, and just look at our revenues. In fiscal year 2023, $263 million, $284 million in fiscal year 27. That's $21 million in additional revenue over that 5-year period. $21 additional million in revenue, and you're talking about $2.6 million. What I'm saying is you don't have to pinpoint the SAFER grant. I don't know if you're asked to by another commissioner or not, but it doesn't have to come for that. So to pinpoint that is not fair.
Let's stop that right there. That's an allegation. Did any commissioner interfere with you? So that, please tap that down
I didn't say
it could be a recommendation or advice, but.
Okay, recommendation or talk from other commissioners,
But I appreciate your input, though. Let's keep that civil.
It's not fair, Jeff.
But I thank you for your input, though. That's what I'm trying to get at.
$21 additional million, and to say that it's the SAFER grant's going to push us over the edge is not fair.
So state your facts, please.
I just stated it.
Stating your fact like that, that's a fair statement from you, and that's okay. So.
Yeah, can I just say something? I was trying to.
Get in here.
I don't think we should ever say that that money comes from the SAFER grant, because every commissioner up here has said public safety is our #1 priority. We need to find, that shouldn't, I agree, it shouldn't even be in there. I would also point out that when Sarah was here last year, we increased our spending budget by $17 million in 1 year. And I asked her, I said, is that normal? And she said, no, that's not normal. And I looked back at the last 10 years, and normal would be $3 million, $5 million per year. This year, again, we're looking at increasing our overall budget by $14 million. I don't know what has changed in the last 2 years other than somebody has seen a windfall of money coming in and is spending it quicker, or based on that, they're spending it quicker than it can go out. And to me, that's frustrating. I mean, at what point did we stop thinking 3 to 5 million was a normal increase in a year and start spending 17 million, 14 million in a year?
Mr. Montrose, since this is your budget.
Can I just clarify the SAFER grant? I mean, I think to clarify what we're talking about, that is an additional expense that the county will have 2 years from now. It's being funded by a grant right now, and that will be additional expense we will have over and above what we have now. Yes, you could take it from somewhere else, but that's the purpose of mentioning it, because that's something we know is coming and we're going to have to fund in 2 years. So that's just my clarification. As to the amount of the budget, we can share with you how we got to that amount. And part of that is wages and benefits, increases that we've already done, and things that are going to incur next year. So we can go through in that 16 million and show you where that is.
But you did that last year with 17 million. At what point is that going to stop? If it don't
then-
stop, I tell you this, if it doesn't stop, somebody's going to have to raise taxes because our citizens are going to have to start working harder and paying more money just to support this kind of growth.
Well, there are things that were required by law to increase every year. And if you want to keep a budget flat, then you're going to have to make cuts in other areas.
I'm not saying keep it flat. I'm saying that to go from $3 or $4 million jumping up to 17 million.
I mean, this board already increased the salaries for the deputies.
Sarah said last year that was not
That's almost
normal.
$4 million right there.
Sarah last year said.
Sarah's not here anymore. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but.
Everybody loved her, and I agree, she was a good CFO.
Kelsey,
and
I agree with that as well.
Light on why that 16 million? Did we not avoid some capital improvement projects? And then I think we had a budget 1 year less than 1% when we were going into COVID, not knowing what was going to happen. Because that would be some good information to.
Well, I understand that, and I heard that you know, they did a conservative budget, which should be our attitude all the time.
Well, you got to repair roads and bridges.
That is our attitude.
Well, and we're working to get that funding back.
Yes, we are. We are working.
If you don't have it ready now, we'd like to have it at another time.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
And I have some talk of what some of the new costs are, but I don't think it's the complete 14 million. So
You need to go back to the slide. Okay, thank you, staff.
Okay. So moving on. So what does the tax rate reduction mean in just terms of the income tax revenue? Here's a comparison of what is being projected at the 3.0 rate and the 2.8 rate, and what the difference in just income tax revenue is. What you see on this slide does not factor in the disparity grant, which is going to be on the next slide. So you'll see in '23 an approximate $3.5 million reduction that builds over the next 4 years to a $7.8 million difference in revenue that we would see. If you add in the disparity grant, there's another $1.8 million that we would be losing in 2024 whenever we reduced from 3.8 to 2 million, with a total revenue loss of 9.7 million over 5 years.
Since we're talking about the disparity grant, I think it's also important to realize, and I know someone on this board does, maybe we all do, the disparity grant was on the chopping block last year in the General Assembly, and it has been in years past. We built, when we did our budget in 2019, I guess for fiscal year 2020, we relied on the disparity grant for ongoing operating expense like salaries to justify pay raises. And I know it's be a little difficult to undo some of that because we relied on that, but folks, that disparity grant could go away. It's already been on the chopping block last year. It could go away just like the highway user revenue grant went away too, and that left us short change. I am worried when we rely on something like the disparity grant for ongoing operating expenses when it's not guaranteed from 1 year to the next. That's just, we need to be careful about that.
Yeah, and I'm not advocating that we use it for operating. If it comes, we're going to have to budget for it somewhere, but I'm not advocating to use it for operating. We can use it for different things, and then if it doesn't come through.
In 2019, it was allocated towards operating expenses. And I think what you're trying to do is undo that a little bit because it wasn't sound finances to do so. And I appreciate that you're trying to undo that. It's going to be a little difficult, but I think it's necessary. Not saying we can't use that money for other projects, maybe capital projects, but it shouldn't be relied on from 1 year to the next. Because if that's taken away, and we've told our employees, we gave you a pay increase because of the disparity grant, and then the disparity grant goes away, what are we going to do?
Right, I mean, that's what I was thinking. If you use it for a capital project, and then the money doesn't come, then we won't do that project. But if it does come, we'll be able to do it for that or some other projects. So I think that's what we were working on, right?
So currently,
on the disparity grant, actually from 2009 to 2014, we didn't receive it.
We have since 2014.
Well, every time, I think we were averaging, 1.8 or 2 million a year.
I guess the point is, it can go away. It can go away.
But it was
8
also
years in a row we
restored
haven't
too
done
under, Brinkley did restore us back at the 1.6 million that was cut. But you're absolutely right, it can't be maybe used to do sustainable obligations, but the fleet replacement fund and one-time purchases, the reserve account, the pension fund, support a capital project for the Board of Education. with funding, so you're right, it can always go away, and you have to be very careful.
And I'm glad you said that, because that wasn't the attitude we took in 2019 when
I
the
think we got a
taxes
new
were
view,
increased.
we got a new view now.
That was included into our operating
A
budget.
new year.
Yeah, and I think we're all in support. I mean, I think we should continue to talk to our legislators about making sure that, that they keep funding the disparity grant. That would be my suggestion.
Right, please continue.
So based on 2020 tax year totals, I put together what the average savings per return would be for cutting the tax rate from a 3.0 to a 2.8%. So based on a net taxable salary of $57,584, it would be $115 saving per return. I did some additional calculations. If the household income was at $80,000, then the savings would be $160 per return, or if it was a household of $30,000, it would be $60 per return. So if we were to reduce the tax rate to a 2.8% income tax on today's budget, we would need to reduce budget $3.5 million in '23, another $5.3 million in '24, and $765,000 in '25. So what I have here are what are the new costs that are in the '23 proposed budget that were not part of the '22 budget. Now, please note that these are not recommendations for reduction, but these are the new costs that would be considered. So the additional pension contribution at $3 million. Allocation to capital of $1.4 million, the retiree COLA of $520,000, the employee step in COLA, which comes in at about $1.9 million, outside agency increases of $400,000, additional personnel requests, fire and rescue allocations, that's a $1.7 million increase over last year, the soil conservation engineer at $124,000, and other county operations of $1.3 million. Half of that is related to public safety departments. In addition, with the changes to Sheriff's Office, we also have another $3.7 million in wages and benefits that we did not have in the '22 budget. So holding all of those the same, if proposed was funded, with the exception of the reduction of $3.5 million, and we did no increases in '24 except for what was required for maintenance of effort, we would still need to cut approximately $700,000 from next year's budget. Here you'll see a list of the capital projects that are receiving the allocation in '23 based on the current CIP draft plan. Projects there that are highlighted in gray are all related to public safety. The one in red is the stormwater retrofit project. The general fund cash contribution to this supports the Clean County and street sweeper operations and could not be reduced. Projects there that are italicized are ones that are used for grant matching funds. So these would be the projects that we would be considering for reduction if needed.
Commissioners, I would like to have you turn to tab 3. And the last 2 pages show you what the FY22 budget was. And then if you look over to the next column, you'll see the proposed budget. And this is a detail that will show you what makes up that increase of the $14.7 million. So if you scan down there, you'll see education, $3.3 million. Then you'll see the public safety sheriff, $5.28. A lot of that has to do with the changes in the scales that you just approved. The next item in there is 2.9 for emergency services. 1.3 is going to the Fire and Rescue Association. For total public safety, an increase of $8.2 million. So you can see that $14 million being outlined department by department. You'll see the majority of it is in public safety. 1.4, as Kelsey said, is in capital improvements. And $3 million in education. And it comes down to the $14 million. So I've been here 27 years. It is a big increase, but it's due to taking these public safety expenses on. I mean, we've added firefighters. We've added full-time EMS. We've increase the sheriff's scales.
Have you ever seen income at the level that it's coming in?
Well, no, because 27
Okay.
years ago, it wasn't.
So-
I mean, you have to think back.
I'm
the value of the
percentage, percentage-wise. But if you went back one slide and additional pension contribution, capital, those are all, I would consider those two kind of a wish item that you would like to do. So right there's 4.5 million. And that, I mean, I'm just looking at it, just, I don't know what you all did in years that it was only, well, like I said, somebody's going on a spending spree, and
I wouldn't call it a wish list. I think that additional pension contribution, we discussed with the board the percentage of, that our pension is funded. This Board of County Commissioners put a significant amount of money in it last year and raised that. But for our pension to be only funded at 68% or 66% is, I believe that's unacceptable, and that's what that's in there. You're right. Could we not do that? We could absolutely not do that. But I think every year, we need to put some additional funds in there. Maybe this isn't, maybe this isn't the year, but at some point, we have to do it. And you did it last year. Made a big contribution to that, and it made a big difference.
And so, John, what if we took that off of there and put that 3 million in from the 14 million or $16 million profit that we're seeing so far? I'm sorry, 16 million surplus that we've seen. So I'm just saying, if you got to think outside the box on this. There is so much money coming into this county that we're taking, and look. What has frustrated me, especially since last night, is I get a call from somebody in leadership in our public safety, and there's already fear-mongering that's happening. And that's not right. For our people out there, we have given them more money in the last year and supported them like no other board. And already it's starting. It doesn't have to come from public safety. My only point is, and I would like to see us do more for the Board of Education. And I know I'm going to take a beating for that for every commissioner up here, but there are ways of getting around some of this stuff.
Keep me out of that conversation, Charlie.
Okay.
Well, that's not fair that you say every county.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Keep me out.
All right. I'm sorry, Terry, because you're right.
And staff looks at this budget and tries to bring the most reasonable budget that we can do. So your comments, I understand your comments. I would just say that, last year when we had some additional money, we did come to this board, and that's when the board decided to put money into pension, as we asked, to try to put money aside for the radio project. I think we put $4 million aside, hopefully, towards a new school. Those are things this board did based on that money. And
So, John,
if we have money this spring, we will come in and tell you what that is with some suggestions, and then we ask you for your suggestions as to how to spend that money. And, obviously, we try to project as well as we can. But I would rather be there than not have money at all. So,
John, I think you're right. I'd much rather be in a position where we have a little extra money than not enough money. That's always
right.
But unlike a business, we don't need lots of extra money if we're not spending or don't have it designated towards specific projects, because that isn't a sign that we're overtaxing citizens, perhaps. I go back to an email we got from Kelsey. I'm trying to find it here. It looks like our income tax so far, maybe year to date, or maybe you're projecting that for the entire year, is over $16 million in budget. And has some of that money been used for the salary increase for public safety? Or police officers?
It has not been allocated to anything specifically yet.
So that additional $16 million could possibly, like we did last year when we had a savings in our budget, apply towards our pension.
It could.
We have
exactly what I was saying.
With our budget, with that budget that we presented last year, and I voted for the budget. I was happy with the direction we took. We still had 16 million additional in revenue on the income tax side. That's why when I look at budget to actual is important because that's what we actually get. Year over year, budget to actual, the last several years, we've received in a lot more money than we typically receive with the accounting for the grants for COVID have been outside of our operating budget, and that's been accounted for separately. $16 million so far is what we're looking at for a budget surplus for this current budget year. So when we're looking to try and find $3.7 million on that slide, there's more than enough. Where am I wrong?
I was going to say, just keep in mind that, because we had that surplus, this board was able to raise those sheriff salaries for this entire year. That was not a budgeted expense. So we made.
And I voted for the sheriff salary increase. We needed it.
Right. But
$16 million additional revenue.
Well,
over and above what we budgeted for last year.
But and keep in mind, that was a 3.2% because that was still 3.2% up until the end of the year. So we haven't had a full year of 3.0.
We haven't had any allocations received yet at all based on the 3.0. We won't see that first distribution until May.
Right. So income tax has been higher than we thought it would be even 2 years ago, even a year ago. But that last distribution was based on 3.2%. Starting in January, it's 3.
And I think what Kim said during her history here is absolutely right. Incomes have increased, property values have increased, so what we're taxing is worth more year after year.
Yeah, and the cost of everything is going up. I mean, the radio project, we thought it was going to be $8 million, now it's going to be 10 to 12 million. So, and this board has found funds to continue to do those projects. So I applaud that. And Kelsey and I talked about what a reasonable projection would be. And I hear what you're saying about the increase in county budget, but when you break it down and you look at it, based on what that $14 million is composed of, I mean, it's pretty easy to explain why we are where we are.
I'm going to try to take the simple common sense approach to this, the way I see it. Okay, Commissioner Kiefer said everything was projected. I agree 100%. You don't know, that's not going to be completely accurate. But I'm not comfortable. I want to know the inflation. I mean, a lot of it's going to revolve around inflation, how long it's going to be. Everybody that's sitting in this room knows what inflation has done to us. It's sitting at 7.5% nationwide. The building we built last year is going to cost a couple $100,000 more this year. So, and I'm sure the school board knows what inflation's doing to them. And then I'm not know if I'm completely comfortable with 3.5% growth rate. I mean, just take a look out the window, read the paper, turn on the radio. It might not last forever, it might only last a week. But I'd like to take the cautious approach on it. And a simple thing is you showed me, even if you're wrong, you showed me within 5 years, and it's a little bit harder hit every year, at 2.8, we're going to be 10 million deficit. If growth rate's only 3%, we're going to be 15 million deficit. If it's 4%, then we're only going to be 5 million deficit. Wouldn't you sooner err on the side of caution? So those are sort of the simple things I'm talking about. I'd like to know what we figured for inflation, because what was true 4 months ago is not true today. I mean,
Randy, I completely agree with you about worrying about a future economy. I go back, there's an old adage I heard, the bigger you are, the harder you fall. My concern is if we grow too quickly as a county, if we grow too quickly and there is another recession, there is war that might impact our revenue stream from income, what are we going to do then? Because we grew our county too big. I'm not talking about growing emergency services. Right. I'm just talking about in general. I don't want to pinpoint emergency services because we've all taken a commitment. Yeah, I don't think any commissioner would argue with me. Yeah, I'm going to paint us all. We've all taken the commitment that emergency service is important. But the bigger you are, the harder. If you grow your budget beyond an organic or a sustainable, outside of a sustainable pattern, and something does happen in the economy, we're going to hurt all that more. So I just take that simple approach.
Kelsey.
What if, I have one more question. What aren't we able to fund at this budget? One more time. I think you had a slide there. I want to see it again. If you can't find it, just say it.
Well, this slide here, this is all of the new expenses. So if you did not want to cut anything that is currently being funded, here's your list of what new costs are coming in the 23 budget.
And there are things right away you can take out of there.
Yeah, but you had a slide with what is not included in the budget.
Oh, go back here.
That volunteer F&R, what is that?
That's the fire and rescue allocation.
So you take that out right away?
I'm not
That's-
saying you take it out right away. I'm saying that is a
No, I mean,
new
we
cost.
don't look at that as a place to cut.
I mean, that's the increase from the 48 to the,
Here's something interesting to think about. With the income that we've made in this half a year and the total income that we made last year, Washington County has gained a surplus of $60 million.
So.
Year and a half.
So under this budget and the projection, we could be all 3 million, it doesn't matter, 4 million. That's what we can fund. That's not what's in the budget.
These are items that are not included today, correct?
Commissioners, any more comments while the school board's patiently waiting?
Included list, is that based on a 3% income tax?
This is just what's not in the FY23 budget at all, but things that have come up that could be coming down the line.
Okay, commissioners, any more comments?
Thank you for the presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, commissioners, for a spirited conversation.
So
Thank you.
I guess all I need today is what the direction is for the next draft of the budget.
I'm not convinced 3.5's right. I'm not convinced that everybody used 7.5 inflation rate or something close. Don't have to be that much. That's nationwide, but I just want you to double check that.
so we're going to.
We really need to take into account the growth that we are seeing in this county that is not letting up.
It could let up tomorrow. Everybody in here raise their hand if they think we're headed maybe to a recession. Come on, get them up. So.
Randy, if we were as bad off as what you
I'm just cautious.
are just saying,
I'm just cautious.
we might as well raise taxes to 5%.
I'm just cautious. I'm not advocating anything. I'm just cautious.
Charlie, is that a motion?
You want a motion?
Sorry, a tough.
You want a motion? I'll give
just
you a
having a little
motion.
fun to lighten the situation up.
Go for it.
All right, so do you have direction enough there for what you have?
I can get together with John and we can see where
Right,
to go
that's
from
great.
there.
Yeah, and obviously, we'll come back and have further discussion with the
another
commissioners. I mean,
round.
we have, that time, that's why we bring these drafts in, and you think about it, and we have further discussions about it.
I think there's a lot of differences up here, but there's some similarities. I want to point out a similarity that I have with Commissioner Wagner. We both want to take a cautious approach.
Yeah.
My cautious approach has to do more with not overspending. Your cautious approach has to do with making sure we tax enough. I'm kind of on the expense side.
That sounds like a lower jab in similarities, but go ahead.
We're both concerned about the end result. I think it's fair to say. I just don't want to overspend, so that's not a concern for us. And you want to make sure that we tax enough, so if that does happen, we're covered.
I think every citizen in the world would like another $115 in their pocket at the end of the year. I would. It cost me $125 to fill my truck up. Price of gas, $125. I think every cent counts. And then I think of what services we got to cut to save every citizen $115. That's my biggest problem. So
I don't think we have to cut those same services. This is a figure from last year. I just kept it in my desk here. The current family's tax burden in Washington County is to the tune of $3,870 is what, based on the average tax assessed value of a home and the average income tax return. $3,870 is what the average family in Washington County pays in income taxes. Your $115 amount, I get it, but $3,870, that's an important number too to remember.
It most certainly is.
What our citizens currently pay.
Gentlemen,
I just talked to two citizens yesterday down in South County. One said, we used to be considered middle income. They said, we can't make it no more. I talked to another elderly couple that is getting ready to retire, and their property tax is so high that they're looking to move north or south. That was just two people that I talked to yesterday, and I hear it time and time again from the citizens that they feel like they're being overtaxed.
all right, is there any other comments? Hearing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Michaels, please, you and your team, please come forward. We ran a little over. We apologize and
Say if we need more chairs, we can get more chairs.
Price you pay for taking a break.
yeah. Well, we started on
If we
time.
need more chairs, we can get more chairs if we need more chairs, but looking at the numbers, I think are.
Any chairs left up here?
Thank you.
I think they're not all here. I think there's only 4 board members here, right?
Yeah, I don't see any more.
Well, first of all,
Yeah, we're okay.
everybody, welcome. It's good to see you here. Dr. Michaels, school board members, welcome. If you, just for the record, go down the line to introduce each other or yourselves so we can have that on file. April, would you begin?
April Zentmeyer.
Good afternoon, Melissa Williams, President, Washington County Board of Education.
Good afternoon, Boyd Michaels, Superintendent.
Good afternoon, Jeff Pruitt, Chief Operating Officer.
Hi, Stan Stauffer, Vice President of the Board.
Good afternoon, Linda Murray, Member, Board of Education of Washington County.
Well, good afternoon, and again, welcome. Please begin at your convenience.
Good afternoon, President Klein, Vice President Baker, Commissioners. On February 1st, the Board adopted the budget recommended by Superintendent Michael, and as recently as the Board's meeting on March 1st, the Board amended its budget. So Dr. Michael and staff will be presenting the Board's budget this afternoon, and we welcome the opportunity to answer any questions that you might have for us at the end of his presentation. Dr. Michael?
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Dr. Michael, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I always forget to tell everybody this. If you don't know already, there's a screen right here. So the presentation you see up there is also here. So if we're looking at you, we can see your presentation as well.
All right. Okay,
I always
thank
forget
you.
to tell people that, and they think we're not looking at the presentation. We are.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mr. Monterino. Today is our opportunity to present the Board of Education's FY23 budget. I'm going to just review a little bit of what Jeff's going to talk about coming up, make a few comments about it. So we're going to talk about anticipated revenues. You know, we've had a couple different numbers from the state, but at this point we think our state number is good. We've had 2 different MOE numbers as far as county government goes. Yesterday there was a conversation, there may yet be a 3rd number coming out for maintenance of effort for the counties that's required to give. Our presentation today is not about MOE. Our presentation is about basic needs for our students here in Washington County, and we'd request that you give serious consideration. I guess I'm a little bit concerned when I watched the earlier presentation when since last Tuesday to this week, from the budget that we haven't even had a chance to share with you, we've already lost $1.6 million potentially. And part of our request today will be asked to have, majority of that 1.6 placed back into your next draft of the budget. We're going to talk about FY22 alignments. That's changes that we made during the FY22 budget, the year we're currently in. You'll see that there's only one that was made. Jeff will share that. Grant adjustments are probably the most significant part of this budget. Grant adjustments do not provide new services to children. They are currently grants, things like our pre-K expansion grant, things we have in ESSER. We had a federal reading grant for a while, but probably the largest portion is what I call Baby Blue. It was the beginning of the Blueprint initiative 3 years ago. Blueprint money, Kerwin money was initiated, and what appears to be a large increase in our state money that Jeff will talk about here in a minute. About half of that is actually money we already were receiving. They just rolled it into the state formula, and what we did was have the positions, the expenses that were part of that Baby Blueprint follow that money into the general fund as well. So Jeff will go through that. Inflationary increase factors, Commissioner Wagner, you mentioned 7.5%. What we did in our budget, a lot of counties go through their budget and on all items except for salary, they do an automatic inflationary increase, 2-3%. Traditionally, obviously this year, we're living with 6-7% inflation. Last year, we did not adjust items, so we're eating costs. Everything is buying less. Even if we look into next year's budget, we selected 5 or 6 areas that we increased for an inflationary factor, but it does not include a 7.5% increase for an inflationary factor. So I'm concerned that every textbook account, materials account, equipment account is going to buy less than what it did last year just based on inflation, what we can see. Simple example of that, we increased our fuel cost for diesel fuel, knowing in 1 year we went up in diesel fuel costs. I think we increased it a couple $100,000. based on what's happened at the pump, the sheets that I go by every day, they raised it 3 times in less than a day and a half. It's over to just shy of $5, $4.99. At that expense, if that were to hold for a year, we would have to increase our diesel line alone about $500,000 over what's in this budget. So we're already seeing challenges from inflationary factors beyond what we've already presented you. The blueprint, in the blueprint, there's a pre-K pass-through, which will be a new expense for us this year. It comes out of our maintenance of effort money. It doesn't stay with us. It actually goes to daycare providers that meet the pre-K requirements. 50% of the pre-K could be eligible to be offered by the community. Compensation package is the largest part of this budget that I've worked hard on. The county commissioners may be aware or should be aware. 2 years ago, we offered our all employee groups a 1% increase. Now, this was a time when inflation maybe was 1%, 2% inflation. Offered no step. Their entire increase of their salary was 1%. Last year, their entire increase of their salary was 1.25%. Again, no step, a 1.25% increase. And you can see what's happened to inflation since this school year has begun. So we put a great deal of effort in the budget that I presented to the Board of Education and what they've supported so far in compensation. I'd request or suggest that it's not enough for us to continue to retain and attract particular teachers, administrators, and ESP staff for the future. I was informed on the way over here, we just lost our 16th administrator since the school year began. I've been here for 43 years, 31 years of that being part of administration in some fashion. I can't ever remember a time losing 5 or 6 administrators from the beginning of the school year. We've lost 16 administrators since, not since July 1st, since the first student day, we've lost 16 administrators. They can be picked up anywhere. They're extremely valuable. People are attracting them away. They were being attracted away to government, to business. People believe our administrators are way overpaid. I can assure you that is not the case when we have already lost 16 since the first day of school. Teachers, we've lost 30, 40, 50 of those since the first day of school. I should have got an accurate number for you. I think it's around 40 couple. We have teachers that are being attracted into government positions and being paid far more. Businesses are excited to get teachers to work for them. They're obviously not in the education field anymore. There's a lot of counties that have not filled their positions since September. We have been fortunate that we've been able to fill the majority of our positions because several years ago, the board took a bold move and made our starting salary one of the highest starting salaries in Maryland. The challenge we have with that is our middle salaries and our upper salaries are some of the lowest salaries in Maryland. And we have great difficulty hanging on to people. Part of Blueprint, part of the Kerwin initiative is that all starting salaries for teachers be $60,000 here in a few years. When that happens, our competitive edge will be completely gone. And I'm concerned, obviously I'm leaving, so it won't be my challenge except for my grandchildren, that we will have non-certified people teaching our children. The colleges simply are not producing enough teachers to replace the loss of teachers in the educational field. So much like the police officers, where you had a serious crisis, where you could not attract enough resource officers and needed to address that with salary and benefits, we have a similar crisis coming with teachers, administrators, and currently with ESP. The $15 an hour minimum wage, the shortage of staffing has driven a substantial challenge for us in ESP staff. We're running about 40 or 50 open positions and have had that since the beginning of the school year. Especially in challenging positions to fill, like working with some of our most difficult students in special education. So our compensation package is very significant that we support that, and I would argue it's probably not enough to deal with the crisis coming with the staffing shortage that's coming and already exists. And in budget adjustments, we have historically gone through the budget line by line. We did that again this year. We had 23 meetings with every department head, looked at every budget, made significant adjustments, including accounting for turnover credit, and we make those adjustments every year. So with that, probably long introduction, I'll turn it over to Mr. Prue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. Again, good afternoon again, Commissioners. I'm going to start you out with sort of a quick look here at the state revenue. It's a big number for this year. We're not going to shy away from the number that's up there. It's $15.94 million, but as Dr. Michael indicated, A lot of that is money that is now moved over into the blueprint formulas that was previously funded by state grants. Draw your attention to the last bullet. According to the DLS estimates, Department of Legislative Services, after the governor puts out his budget, they put out documents every year. What's the change? What's the increase in funding year to year from everything that came in over last year and this year? Not just general fund, but all state allocations. It really is only $8.5 million. That's the amount of new money that's coming over. So that 15.9 really is a little bit of a red herring, and I'm going to walk you through some of those here in a minute. We should also note that the funding this year is impacted by a decrease in the 3-year average enrollment of by 267 students. Students that left through the pandemic still have not yet returned. We are seeing some increases. We are seeing a little bit of movement. But we expect that number even to decline again next year. When the 3-year number that drops off, I think it's going to be the 2019 number or 2018 number that's going to drop off next year. We don't believe that's the largest number in the average right now. So we think that number is going to continue to decline over the next couple of years, which will have a downward impact on both state and local revenues moving forward. Working backwards, this is the first year of the new blueprint formulas. This is an entirely new paradigm shift for all of us and also for your county finance staff. Everything is now in buckets. Foundation rate, compensatory education, EL, special education, transportation services, and it's shared both at the state and the county level. In Washington County, and for most of those buckets, the state is picking up 65% of the bucket. Those buckets eventually will take over, but we don't see at this point where the MOE formula will be superseded by the buckets till likely 2026, fiscal year 2026. So the likelihood is, moving forward beyond this year, the required ask of the county commissioners is likely going to be zero for the next foreseeable years coming. This is the last year of the low effort allocation, and we'll talk a little bit about that here as we move into the next slide. The request from the Board of Education is $4.67 million from county government. You'll note that as we get to this number and talk about the total allocation at the end, this is actually slightly less than the allocation that was requested in January. That request was given to your staff prior to having the state numbers. This number is slightly reduced from where that number was. I think that number was, and under the finance teams behind me, I think it was 10.6 or 10.8 million, or 110.8 million in January, and that is slightly decreased. But we should note that this is a 4.41% increase. And to the conversation you were having earlier, in a year with 7% inflation, we've asked for a 4.41% increase. And based on the data we have, although we do expect it to change, it is only 1.36% above the maintenance of effort requirement that's mandated by state law.
So that 1.6 number that was mentioned earlier, is that less?
It's 1.6 million less than the allocation that was requested in January. I think the number, I've got it here later in a slide, I believe it's actually 1.4.
150, this request today is 157,000 less than our request we sent in January that was reflected on your slide last week. This week showing a 1.6% or $1.6 million reduction.
I can get to the next slide. The next slide is, as Dr. Michael mentioned, first thing we always do is align ourselves to changes that were made in the current fiscal year and project those into the future year. Based on student need and needs academically at the building, we added an attendance secretary at South Hagerstown High School. The cost of that position with benefits was $44,000. Move on to the next slide. Getting into the blueprint grant adjustments. So I want to be clear that this is going to take over 2 slides. It is $1.86 million in total. These are positions that have been funded under the blueprint grants from the early blueprint legislation. These positions are now funded fully under the general fund budget and coming through the foundation formulas. So that money has been moved out of grants, moved into the general fund. So short of eliminating these funds would eliminate services that exist today to students. And that includes an elementary math content specialist, 2 behavior support teachers, and 4 behavior support specialists that support general education services. On the next slide, you can see the positions and contracted services that are there supporting our students with special needs, where we have 21 special education paraprofessionals. We have a coordinator of mental health, and I think we've all talked about mental health over the last couple of years resulting from the pandemic. That is a position we absolutely cannot lose and is required under the Kerwin legislation. And we have contracted services for speech-language pathology and also for interpreters for positions that we have been unable to fill at this time.
And again, all these positions already exist in the budget. They've existed for the last several years. They were just funded differently under Blueprint.
Moving on to the next slide, we'll talk about the pre-K expansion grant. We've been expanding pre-K, as we know, for a number of years. We've talked to the commissioners about that. I know in my 5 years in the current position, that pre-K expansion grant is moving away from us, but pre-K now is funded as part of the Kerwin formula. So that's coming into general fund dollars, but it's $1.5 million of pre-K teachers and instructional materials previously funded under grants that is now expected to be part of the general fund budget. And again, positions and teachers that already exist, supply costs that already exist, that are coming over and moving into the general fund budget. Looking at federal grants, because of the vast student needs we've had over the couple of years, and really, when we think about back to the FY22 budget, we had $1 million of new money to work with in FY22, with significant needs of our students coming through the pandemic. So we utilize a lot of our federal grants to fill some of that void. The first two bullets on this screen are actually a Striving Readers grant that we had for several years that was a federal grant. We looked to move the 2 literacy achievement coordinators and 1 of the EL teaching positions into the general fund last year, and honestly just could not because we only had $1 million in new money last year. Additionally, this year, due to need and students that are coming to our county needing EL services, we added 2 additional positions to provide services to our EL students. We added 3 counselors and 3 social workers to meet the ever-growing emotional needs of our students. And then to meet needs of students at South High specifically, we added 2 assistant principal positions and 2 student intervention specialist positions. These are all positions that currently are funded under our ESSER grants. We're out of the federal stimulus grants. This and the few positions that are on the next slide are $1.54 million. From an administrative support position, or position, we added a half-time clerical services in our health services department. Again, with COVID and the amount of needs that were running through our COVID response team, we provided some additional support there. We added a half-time clerical to support growing transiency and other needs at Western Heights Middle School, and also an associate accountant's position. One of the things we do know with the Blueprint bill is that we have to follow and funnel all of the money that's coming in targeted down to the student at the local level, right into their classroom. The needs of the grants of the federal grants that we have to document where that funding is going, and additionally moving forward, we have to show every dollar that's done at the school level. So money that's allocated to individual schools also has to be tracked. So we need additional services within our finance and accounting department. Next slide. This culminates down into one slide that is really, if you want to know what's new in Washington County for the coming year, what's planned for the coming year, it is down to these 5.5 positions. The Board of Education took a bold move last week to request 1.5 additional counselors to ensure that there is a full-time school counselor in every elementary school building. We currently have full-time counselors in every secondary, middle, and high school building. We added 2 social workers to expand. Again, we have social workers coming over from our federal grants, but we have some support programs that are provided with half-time social workers. This provides a full-time social worker in schools where we have those services, and an additional 2 EL teachers. It sounds like we're adding a lot of EL, but we're adding a lot of EL students. Just since September, our EL population is up by 16%. And that's just a handful of months since September 30th, not even the first day of school, but since the count was taken on September 30th. So all of those new positions, the 5.5 positions really, with benefits, sum out to $469,000.
That's 16%. What does that equate to in the numbers of students?
84 students, from 614 to 700. I believe probably by now we're over the 700 number. Looking at the next slide at inflationary increases, I know Dr. Michael hit this a good bit in the beginning. Software price increases, generally we see about 3% for software year to year. We have some long-standing contracts, so we accounted for it there. Operational supplies, we added some funding. Utility increases, which really includes vehicle fuel and a number of other areas. I think we added roughly $246,000 for vehicle fuel in December. As Dr. Michael indicated, based on where the price is today, I expect that number is probably short by about $500,000. And who knows what's going to happen with fuel oil, natural gas, and electric for heating and cooling our buildings. We added increased funding within our facility maintenance department to support the ongoing maintenance and construction that's needed to keep our buildings wet, dry, heated, cooled, based on the season as it may be. You know, as the commissioners added support for the sheriff's office, wages that were needed so they could retain officers, that trickles down to the Board of Ed. And as you know, we have 4 resource officers that are county sheriffs. We also have 6 that are through the Hagerstown Police Department. We expect a similar increase from them. You see a $300,000 increase actually specifically for 10 officers that provide safety services within our schools. We also have an increase here for school health services. As you know, we contract those services predominantly through Meritus Health, also some other agencies for some special needs, and we have about a $300,000 increase to renegotiate those contracts for the year moving forward.
Jeff, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes, sir.
The additional salary expense for your resource officers, how many are sheriff's department officers? How many are Hagerstown? And is that increase going for the city of Hagerstown police officers as well, resource officers?
So the increase we've allocated I guess first question, we have 4 sheriff's deputies, 6 HPD officers. It's a $300,000 increase for what we expect will be needed to cover the increase that's already been allocated for the sheriff's office. We expect a similar increase for HPD, although that's a forecast at this point. We don't have a firm number from the city.
So those school resource officers that are Hagerstown PD, are they paid on a Hagerstown PD salary scale, and then the sheriffs are paid on a sheriff's salary scale?
That's correct.
Is that how it works?
That's correct. But the sheriff's office, while it's 4 officers, is the largest portion of the budget line item for the 10 officers, based on the sheriff's office paying more than HPD.
What was that number again for sheriff?
It's $300,000 in total for the 2 departments to increase.
That's for their total salary.
The total set to increase the total salary. It's a $1.2 million expense for the entire program for a year.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Yep. For our sheriff's department employees, what is that total increase as a direct result because of that, the increase that we gave in pay?
I'm asking Eric says
300.
About $134,000 for the sheriff's office.
Okay. I'm just speaking for myself. That was an expense that we made you incur. I would be okay covering that additional expense for their salaries. Just me speaking.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Commissioner. I think if we can move to the next slide. Dr. Michael mentioned the pre-K pass-through. So again, as I mentioned earlier with the blueprint formulas, there's a state share and there's a local share. Well, as we talk about pre-K moving forward, it's not only funding for the public school system, but it's also funding for private providers that provide pre-K services for 3- and 4-year-olds. There was 1 provider in Washington County this year. They have been allocated at 17 students. A portion of that money, it came to the Board of Education from the state that we have to pass through directly to that private agency. The local share actually comes out of our MOE funding. It's about, I believe, $57,000 is the local share that we have to take out of our maintenance of effort funding until the point when the new formulas exceed the maintenance of effort formula. We'll have to eat that money out of our maintenance of effort. So it's $172,000 is the transition number for pre-K pass-through in the current year. Moving on to the next slide, we talked about compensation benefits. As a need based on needs through the pandemic, on the needs to provide additional substitutes where we needed substitutes in the classroom, not only for teacher and paraprofessional absences, but also to help fill the needs for paraprofessional positions we couldn't fill, where we did not have applicants. We increased the substitute teacher pay by $20 during the current year and projecting that to move forward. In FY22, we funded that through the turnover credit of open positions, but we do need to account for it in the FY23 budget. We have a mandatory increase in the pension rate. So while the state's portion of pension for local school systems in FY23 is going down, the local portion is going up. And this is about a $1.6 million lift for the school system in the current year. I want to talk a little bit, probably skip the 3rd slide, the 3rd bullet, come back to the 4th. I just mentioned about paraprofessionals. We've had 40 or 50 paraprofessional positions. These are our instructional aides, our teachers' assistants in the classroom, where those positions have been sort of a revolving door. On any given week, we hire one, we lose one, we hire three, we lose two. The next week we hire one, we lose two. So 40 or 50 openings regularly over the course of the school year. We reclassified them, moving them a grade in our scale. It was about a 16% increase for that staff, or correct me if I'm wrong, guys, maybe it was 7 or 8. I might have gone 2 grades instead of 1. But that's something we need to account for in the current year, and I would argue it's still not enough, that our paraprofessional openings have not really closed. I think we have slowed the loss, but we haven't closed the gap to fill those open positions. Which brings us finally to the salary healthcare resource pool. This is the largest portion of this slide. It is nearly $11 million, and as Dr. Michael mentioned, again, over the last 2 years combined, our staff have seen a 2.25% increase in their wages. Over the last year, they've eaten a 7.5% inflation when they only got a 1.25% raise last year. So there's a significant funding in this year's budget to support the wages and salary for our staff. We hear a lot from especially from our line staff, our hourly staff. You may hear as well about earning a living wage. We're impacted by minimum wage, as are you. We're trying to make a jump to get ahead of the minimum wage slightly. When I say that, I say slightly. We currently in our scale, we have steps that are grayed out because we cannot place new hire employees on those steps because they're below the current state law. So we're trying to rectify that solution for our staff. But it is hard, especially, trying to find folks like tradespeople. We had an HVAC position that was open for 12 months until we could find someone that would accept the job at the wage that the position starts at within our system. I know you hear the same concerns from your staff. I think that's the same concerns you heard from the sheriff's office. To attract people, we need those wages. So that's what we're trying to do with this year's resource pool.
What % of your budget is funded by the state of your total budget?
I believe
compared to
65%? Roughly 65%.
And then we do the other 30.
Correct.
35.
I think the last slide here is just as Dr. Michael mentioned, we have budget adjustments by program. The meetings we have every fall with all of our department heads to review line item by line item. The vast majority of this savings here of $1.84 million is in turnover credit, where we rectify salaries 1 year to the next. As a more senior staff member leaves, and a newer staff member comes in, we have a savings from that person that was higher in the pay scale to the person that's lower in the pay scale. And we capture that as one of the items in our budget adjustments by program. At this point, I think we're actually one last slide here just to review the request that we have for the county. Again, our request for new money this year is $4.671 million. It is a 4.41% request above the FY22 level. On the last bullet, you can see that total allocation is $110,513,000, and that is 1.36% above MOE as we understand MOE to be today, with more information potentially pending. And I think with that, board members, staff, we're here happy to accept any more questions you may have.
What the cost of the pay raises? What's the total cost of the pay increases that you're giving?
The money in the resource pool now is just a tick under $11 million, about $10.99 million. That includes the value for wage increases, but also we're in a full contract negotiation with the Teachers Association. So there potentially are pieces of language that could be wage increases for additional pay, for professional development, or other items like that.
So teacher wages are increasing by $11 million.
That's all staff, teachers, administrators, support staff.
What about teachers?
Teachers, we're still in negotiations.
Do you have that?
We're still in negotiations, so I think it would be premature to say what that increase is.
So that's a total for all employees?
All employees.
How many employees do we have at Washington County Public Schools?
Contract student employees, about 3,000, subs, coaches, another 1,500.
Right, including if we give any increases to coaches, that would be part of that. Increases for extracurricular activities that people are advisors for, tuition reimbursement, all those types of things are all wound up in that money as well.
I have a question and a comment, and they're both really good, I promise. And they're both for you, Dr. Michael. Last year, we allocated the $1.8 million in capital savings at Sharpsburg Elementary School for both Cascade and Hancock Elementary School improvements, and you provided our CFO at the time a list of what those improvements would be. and it came to like $2,288,500 for those improvements. Has there been any progress on those, or do you know when they might be slated to begin? And I noticed that is a little short of that $1.8 million that we allocated for that. I'd like to see about the county making up that difference with some of our budget savings this year.
Well, Commissioner, we appreciate you transferring the money that way. I guess when you dedicate it to just 2 buildings, it leaves 44 other buildings out of the priority order of how we would do that. We had staff go through and what are the priorities at those 2 buildings, what are the needs of those 2 buildings. If we'd add up the other 44 buildings, obviously we'd have, $100+ million worth of need. So I appreciate, and we would gladly accept another $1 million to bring those 2 buildings completely up to speed. We want to do those things in a timely manner. Some of those things are a year or 2 away from the end of their useful life, so we don't want to replace them prematurely. But we have dedicated the funds for those things. Mr. Prue, you might have more information.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Kiefer, we're actively working on those items, but we also are funding some capital improvements of our ESSER funds. So I'll be honest with you, I prioritized a few of those projects ahead because that funding has a shelf life. The funding that we have under ESSER has to be exhausted by September of '24. Our facilities improvement team that leads these large capital projects is really a team of 4. So I'm kind of being cautious between their CIP and traditional CIP and the ESSER funding. So if you can indulge me a little bit, I think we definitely have them on our list. We're working on them. We want to get them done. But unless you're telling me I've got to put them on a timeline, I know I've got millions in ESSER money that we can do some really good with across all schools that I'd like to prioritize first.
Yeah, I just the way I look at it is, those schools were highlighted as their, the condition of those schools is one of the reasons why you were considering closing those schools. So to me, that school is in a top priority. If it's in such a condition, it needs to close. So that's how I was prioritizing it in my mind. And if we have allocated the money and the money's there, not that we're jumping the gun over another project because that project doesn't have full funding, but these little projects do have full funding, except for that gap that remains. And I'm dedicated to filling that gap. And it's not $1 million, it's $488,500. So if you could maybe get to me,
I'll get you.
No immediate rush. I know we're all in the middle of the budget cycle, but absolutely. I would like to know when those projects will be completed, what kind of time frame, and if there's other outside sources of funding, that's fantastic. Use that.
Sure. Well, and I would say, I think the list we provided Ms. Greaves was really to say, here are some priority items that we could do at the school. Based on the funding that's available, we'll work through this list until the funding's exhausted. Not that everything was imminent. I think we tried to find projects that we felt would benefit the overall scope of the building, would benefit the needs of the students. Depending, sometimes budgets come in, projects come in underfunded. We did a wall project at Springfield last year that came in $500,000 under our budget. So if that were the case, let's say with a larger project, which I believe is the roof at the elementary school, then we would have funding to be able to eat up some of those other smaller projects. So it really was sort of an ebb and flow list we'd work for. But if the commissioners see a need to add additional funding to those projects, we'll see that it's used wisely.
I know it's important to those communities, and they appreciate it, and I thank the board for voting to keep those schools open. That's important, and I want to follow through with the commitment that I made that I would do my part. It's not my decision, but I would do what I can. The second thing, Dr. Michael, congratulations on your retirement. You were my principal in middle school in 6th grade, and we didn't have much interaction because I was a good kid. But I'm glad this has come full circle, and I've had the interaction with you the last few years. We haven't always been on the same side to the issues, as you know, but I think the county school system is better off because you were there these last few years.
Dr. Michaels, did your 10-year rival Mr. Bailey's year? Remember he retired?
Oh yeah, Mr. Bailey Mr. Bailey hired me into the administration ranks at some point when I became an assistant principal.
Commissioners, questions?
Yeah, I have
comments?
a question here. Okay. You were talking about grant adjustments, and it has positions previously funded, and then, of course, from federal grants. Are they being fully funded by the board now, or will you still be receiving the grant?
They're currently funded under our ESSER grants. So in theory, they're funded through September of '24. These are positions we really feel are needed, and we're trying to get those into this year's general fund to secure them for the long term. We see this year as potentially the opportunity to do that with enrollments where they are, where the funding buckets are where they are with Kerwin.
These are additional positions.
They're currently servicing the school system funded by grants.
Okay.
We're trying to solidify those positions in the general fund for the long term.
Gotcha.
I think probably the most important part in the budget to understand is what's net new that'll service and help our students that are struggling with social, emotional, behavioral issues, obvious learning gap issues. It's the one slide that had the 5.5 positions. That's what our children will see as additional people and resources in the budget. Our inflationary factors are going to buy the same things they bought before, they're just more expensive. Even the salaries for our employees, hope they're going to retain our employees and attract employees so we don't have openings like we've had this year, but it won't provide additional services for children. What is going to provide additional service for children will be the 1.5 additional counselors, the 2 additional social workers, and the 2 additional EL students to address the 83 children that have already shown up and likely to grow substantially between now and September and throughout next year. So net new to our budget that's going to be beneficial to children are those 5.5 positions. Everything else keeps what we have going right now, keeps it going. And I think that's important to note in this. So that's the clearest way to kind of summarize it, is those 5.5 positions is what's new and will provide new services to children.
Dr. Michael, just a curious question. Do you think you've guaranteed counselors in the schools now, for every school have a counselor at elementary level. Do you think you're losing a lot of teachers because of the money or because of the challenges they've been through? What do you?
I think obviously teaching is becoming a more challenging position. I think COVID has really been a big setback to us as far as student behavior, social, emotional issues. I blame another thing. I think social media is probably something that's doing more damage to us than we possibly can imagine. Our children are glued to these things, and I think it also plays with their mind. And it's not a scientific or a clinical study here I'm researching, but I'm just telling you, I just see kids willing to fight you over this crazy phone and social media and that kind of thing. I can't wait to set it aside. My phone's on 24/7. I'd never turn off my text or phone. If you call me 3 o'clock, I will answer the phone, unfortunately. In the middle of the night, it never gets turned off. Our kids are glued that way, and I think that's playing with them. The real challenge to look at, and again, this is going to go beyond my time, but I met with the 24 superintendents just last Friday. We meet once a month. I mean, other districts are really hurting for positions, teaching positions and administrative positions. We've lost people to some of these other counties. We've been fortunate on the front end, but I think we've got to get the middle and top of our scale up. And I'm telling you, I'm a capitalist. I'm a believer in law of supply and demand. Why did you have to increase the sheriff's office deputies? You had a gap. You had people that weren't going to work for the wages that were available. And you've addressed it 2 and 3 times. The double-digit increases to address the labor shortage you have in the sheriff's department. You're going to have the exact same thing in the school system. And unfortunately, when you get behind it, you're going to be way behind it. And the school system belongs to the county commissioners as much or more than it does to the Board of Education. A solid educational system is going to drive economic development in this county. Without that, you're going to need to continue to increase public safety, but not for a good reason. We've got to drive a positive, productive educational system. We were off to a great start. I think we'd turned the ship around. We were rolling, and we got hit with COVID. So we're going to have several years yet. There's going to be a lasting effect of this. But I think we're on a good path. We've got a great team. People are working hard to help us recover. What you don't want to have is a gap in services. You don't want to open the school year next year 10 teachers short and another year away 100 teachers short. Nobody wants their 3rd grade child taught for a whole year by a non-certified teacher or non-teacher, period. And that's what's coming for a lot of other counties. It's going to come to Washington County. And we're struggling with ESP staff. I mean, that's just the labor market that's affected all the warehouses and companies and shortages. It's hit our ESP staff. And again, I know people don't like to hear this about administrators, but drive it over here. We lost our 16th administrator since the student year started, not since July 1st, not from retirements. These are people who are getting plucked away. This person went to Fort Detrick, is where this next person's gone. And it's the third person we've lost to government from our ranks. 2 assistant principals left us to go work for the government. I'm telling you, we've got to fight for a competitive wage. We need strong leadership to recover from this social-emotional challenge in our behavioral students, and then to close this educational gap. We haven't seen anything yet. There's a significant effort that's going to have to come from people to make that happen.
I have just something real quick. I definitely support the $470,000 for new employees, the $134,000 for police increased costs, and I think we should help support some kind of increase for teachers. And just like that, the question went, when you all do your budgeting, do you factor in vacant positions?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the turnover
credit.
I asked our staff to do that last year. Matter of fact, I don't know if we did it this year, but I'd like to see that done again this year. I mean, all that plays into that negative number we were looking at.
It's a combination of right-sizing salaries for the senior incumbent that left their position with a new, younger, or less senior person coming in. We capture a savings there, and we also forecast every year for a level of vacancies that we call turnover credit throughout the year and try to achieve it. Some years we achieve it, some years we don't. But it's our best guess based on historical data.
It's nice to know that you're doing that, because I don't know why we weren't doing it here at the county.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would
It's over $1 million on for turnover.
Right, and that's where I was told last year, I was told that that's about where we were as well in the county, although we ended up only accounting for $1 million. Anyway, that's not your problem. But
Well, in vacancies, and I'll just point out, they have a lot more employees than the county government does.
Probably almost 3 times.
Right.
Right.
I hear you.
President Klein, I have a question I'd like to put to the commissioners. I've heard 2 commissioners this afternoon speak to the fact that they would be willing to fund the increase in salaries for the SROs. I'd like to know where the commissioners stand with fully funding the SROs in our schools.
I'll answer
and
that. I'll answer that first. At this point in
Could I
time,
finish? Could I
till
just
I
finish?
hear all my, I knew you were going to ask this because you asked me yesterday, and I apologize. Until I see our full budget, I'm not committing anything respectfully to you. Okay?
were you referring to that 1.6?
1.2.
It's 1.2 million. Right, and that includes.
Where do I keep coming up with 1.6?
Sheriff's Department and Hagerstown City,
1.6
right?
is a reduction from last
1.2,
week to
something like
this
that.
week.
I believe that's correct, whatever the number is.
Yep.
All right, forgive me for interrupting. That's not a fair question to put us on the spot when we still have budgets, and you see amongst us, you sat there and watched all the, I think, vibrant and good discussions that we had. So that's something I'll keep an open mind to, but I'm not ready to make that decision today.
I wasn't asking for a decision. I
I know,
was
but
just
you were asking us-
asking
You
what
were
your
asking
thoughts
though,
were.
but that's what I took it as, so.
I mean, it's possible that next year the county, if you only funded maintenance of effort next year, it's possible your number will be 0 for the Board of Education. Could even be a negative number. And even the following year could be a negative number based on the forecasts that we're seeing from the state at this point. If we were to have additional SRO costs next year passed on to us by the county and city, it would come at a cost to us. It would have to come 100% out of state money, assuming we had a state increase.
Dr. Michaels and John, there was something Baco released yesterday. There's some explanation of what that meant about a miscalculation from.
Yeah, the best we can understand, so.
That was very difficult form chart to read.
Yeah, so we received an initial maintenance of effort number, and that's what we were working off of to develop our budget. And then about 2 or 3 weeks ago, we received a revised maintenance of effort number. We had a meeting with State Department people, or the team did. Jeff and Eric and David met with State Department team because we questioned the number. When your team asked us for a maintenance of effort number, we gave them the number that the state just gave us about 3 weeks ago. That
$109 million, which
dollar.
reflected in the budget documents you had today from your staff.
And that was 2023 or something?
I mean, that's this year's, that's
That's this
FY
year we're in.
'23.
Yeah.
That's
Right,
what we're
the year
talking about
we're
right
in.
now.
So the debate now between Department of Legislative Services and MSDE is in the calculations. you get down to a third bullet in a calculation where they multiply. If you follow the bullets, it makes sense to us from what MSDE did, because we argued with them, believing we weren't going to get that much. And, it turned out as we followed their description of the law, that is what the MOE should be, the number we sent you, 109 million. What it could be, DLS is probably going to overrule MSDE, regardless of what that description is, and our maintenance of effort number might drop to 106 something. My hope is that we're here presenting our budget as needed. We're not here requesting that you just fund maintenance of effort. We're here requesting a budget that, as Jeff's indicated, the total increase is 4.41%. I don't know if I understood what other outside agencies meant. You kind of capped them at 3.5%. If we have to, we'll take 3.5%. That will exceed the 106 number, if that's where we land. But I would hope the goal of the county commissioners would be not just to work for maintenance of effort. If you continue, now the low effort is going to go away. Well, educational effort is what we respectfully try to call it. When that goes away, if you're spending $5,000 a student as a local agency today, and you never change your maintenance of effort, 5 years from now you'll be spending $5,000. 10 years from now you'll be spending $5,000. 100 years from now, if formulas and all stay the same, you'll be spending $5,000. So maintenance of effort can't remain stuck forever. The only thing that seems like it's driven it up for the last 5 or 6 years has been this educational effort part. That goes away this year. That's how your lift next year could be zero, could even be a negative number if we decline in student enrollment. So I just request, please look beyond maintenance of effort and look at the budget we presented, looked at the needs that we presented. The net new to our children is 5.5 positions. Everything else is just going to keep going what we have going today. That is not near enough to meet the challenging needs that we have in our school system.
And I think, Mr. Klein, for Mr. Downey and his team, the crux of the message from MACO last night was to Article 5235 of the Education Article of the Annotated Code. It's new language that was inserted last year during the Kerwin legislation, specifically to address the formulas for FY23, and MSD and DLS are at odds over those numbers.
Yeah, and I'll just say that DLS is recommending some additional language to try to deal with that. So it is a difference of interpretation between DLS and MSDE. So right now, the number that we're all operating under for maintenance of effort is the $109 million. So that's what we have. That's where we are right now.
And that is the number that we were sent from MSDE as our official maintenance of effort number.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And it's already a 1.6 reduction from our January 6 request. Our January 6 request, we've already lowered 157,000 since that request.
That's good. Thank you for the update.
And I think I'd be remiss. There is one other item that we had on our agenda report form today. I think we could move to the next slide. I don't want to stymie
there's no other questions.
I don't want to stymie the budget conversation, but
any other comments from our board about the budget? Anything else about the budget?
May I just say this? I've heard for years, as a teacher in this system for 42 years and now a board member for 5 years, that the Board of Education spends money unwisely, that we don't use it, that we spend it unwisely. I'll just let it go at that. If you think that's the case, take time from your busy schedules, set up visits to the schools, and see what teachers and staff are contending with day in, day out, and tell us where you think we can cut budget. We're always open to suggestions. This team has done more in the last 5 years to bring budgets, wise budgets to you than I think perhaps previous superintendents did at times. When we took over in 2016, some of us, and came on the board, we told Dr. Michael when he came on board as superintendent, before we go out and publicly advocate for more money as board members, you have to guarantee to us that this budget is a lean budget and you're not spending money unwisely. And that's what this team did, and they continue to do that. I firmly believe that.
Very good.
Okay, the next item we just wanted to bring to your attention. Last year, we talked to you about a blueprint implementation coordinator. It's a requirement of the blueprint law. At that time, we didn't know a lot of the duties and responsibilities for that. Some other systems went on ahead and dedicated a position for it. At this point, some school systems have a department that they've dedicated towards this. It's that much work. We're reaching a point that we have to lift this burden off of Dr. Willow, which this board approved after our board kind of gave him that additional duty. But that is starting to grow into weekly meetings and increase in assignments and responsibilities. So that's part of the law that both bodies, the Board of County Commissioners and the Board of Education, need to jointly approve this one individual. And that's all that we're requesting to be funded at this time. And Jeff, you go to the next slide. Where we are in that process, we're ready to move to have a full-time position for this. It would currently be funded out of ESSER. It's not part of this general fund budget. It's required by law to be funded for about 5 more years. So we posted a position. It's called Strategic Initiatives Coordinator rather than Implementation Coordinator, as the blueprint law described it. Different counties are calling it different things. Tentatively, we're planning on interviews the end of March, middle of April. We would bring the approval to the board sometime April, May. The position would start officially on July 1st. And I guess our question to the county commissioners is, what does jointly approved look like for this position? I don't want our board to approve somebody and then have a comment, have this board deny that person or something like that. I did share the job posting with John back before we posted on February 22nd. We'd be glad to have somebody from the county staff sit in on interviews if you need that. A lot of other counties have just given it a cursory approval, whatever the board approves for the individual, they'd be willing to approve. So we're just seeking your direction before we get any further down the line.
I don't know, personally, I would say for me, I mean, it'd be nice we had somebody represent us on that, but I'd be comfortable. I think if you're doing all the interviews, you're doing all the hiring, I would think you'd run a really tight ship and legitimate interview process. Come back and forth might delay and make it muddier, but that's just my opinion.
I'll just say that the previous slide talked about it. That's all it says is they shall jointly appoint. So there's really no direction to that. So yeah, I mean, if this board feels comfortable, Dr. Michael and I talked about that. I feel comfortable with the Board of Education going forward with that. If there's any specific role this board wants to have county plan that, we can obviously discuss that, but I'm comfortable with how they're proceeding.
Yeah, I'd be fine with it.
Okay, Gary has sent updates to Sarah before, and I guess now to John.
Yes,
on all the coordinator meetings, all the minutes from all those meetings and things like that. We'll continue to do that when we get the full-time person in place and things. And we'll obviously notify you of the person, and if the county staff wants to sit on the interviews, they'd be welcome to do that.
Okay, and I think you remember last year, that's what the board asked the Board of Education to do, is just to provide updates on that along the way to our CFO. And so, and you've been doing that. Gary's in the back. Dr. Willow. Dr. Willow's in the back. So okay, so we're good with them just proceeding to hiring someone as proposed.
I am.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, President Klein, I'd just like to make the commissioners aware of 2 things that are coming up as part of the superintendent's report at 2 of the Board of Education's business meetings. One, on April 19th, there will be a presentation made by Dr. Willow with regard to the blueprint timeline. And on May 3rd, again, Dr. Willow and Mr. Prue will be presenting on the blueprint funding. I think that both of those meetings would be very informative to the commissioners.
Yeah, will they be broadcast?
If you could be there in person.
Will you let her finish, Jeff?
That would be great. They'll be live streamed.
Yeah, that's
So
what I was
they are
asking.
available that way as well.
Thank you for the comment, Wayne. I appreciate your interjection. Thank you, Melissa. I just want to know, depending on if we could see it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All in favor, say yay.